Good. All right, good evening. We're going to call to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting for October 4th, 2021 at 7:33 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will start with the approval of minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the August 16th, 2021 regular meeting minutes?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Next, under announcements and presentations, we're going to start with an overview of the ARPA funding from our Finance Director, Chris Spagnoli.
Yep, it doesn't sound like it's on.
How about, Good evening, Council President Pugh and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present some information concerning the American Rescue Plan funding as we begin to determine how these federal dollars will be used in Narragansett. I want to start with a disclaimer that this information is the most current information I have. We're still under the interim final rules, and the final rules should be out soon. Narragansett has received a total of $4,587,921. It comes in two tranches of funds. We have a non-entitlement unit allocation of $1.6 million, and then we have Washington County allocation of $2.98 million. These funds can be used from March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st, 2026. And the caveat is that by December 31st, 2024, the funds have to be obligated. So you have to have either contracts or whatever already signed and in order. The money encumbered, in other words. These best practices are recommended from the federal government, that we provide transparency and accountability, provide avenues for public participation is very important, adopt metrics, directly link proposed spending with program goals and objectives, monitor the implementation, and communicate with stakeholders. The guiding principles are the 3 C's: coordination, compliance, and collaboration. The funds must follow a 3-pronged justification criteria based on COVID-19 pandemic. So you have to identify the harm, the effects of the harm, and then the initiative responding to the harm caused by COVID. And this 3-pronged justification is not necessary under revenue loss. There are 4 broad categories that you can use these funds for, and it's public health and negative economic impacts, provide premium pay, revenue loss for government services, and investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The next slides are going to be some examples of those eligible uses. They're not all inclusive by any means. The lists are very long. But we have under public health impacts, there's medical expenses, behavioral health care, as you can read the rest of them, improved ventilation in public facilities, which I think would be great for this room. A negative, FYI, negative impact. And negative economic impacts is assistance to household and individuals, small businesses and nonprofits, and impacted industries such as travel and tourism and hospitality. The premium pay for eligible workers is up to $13 an hour for essential workers, and there are guidelines and limitations to the use of that pay and funds. This is the revenue loss, and this is where it gets a little confusing, but it's very open-ended. You can provide government services to the extent that the reduction in revenue happened from COVID-19. And the revenue, to calculate that revenue loss, there's a pretty intensive formula that the feds have put out. And the revenue is based on the U.S. Census definition. And then we are authorized to use a 4.1% growth rate to determine our revenue loss. Right now, we're at about approximately $2.5 million in revenue loss from 2019 as a baseline, but we can only use our NEU allocation for revenue loss because our county funds, we don't have a county like other states have counties, so we don't have a budget for all of Washington County to compare revenue loss. But because many NEUs, their lost revenue exceeds their NEU allocation, the state is requesting from the feds that we be allowed to use some county funds for revenue loss, but that still hasn't been determined yet. And the final category is water, sewer, and broadband, clean water, replacement of lead service lines, cybersecurity needed to protect water or sewer infrastructure, and broadband. Again, these are just examples. The lists are long. Some other eligible uses are they are allowing contributions to the OPEB fund and also administrative costs, so we can claim 10% indirect cost rate on all expenses, and we can also decide how to use that accordingly, but that frees up a little bit more money. And also we can pay for consultants to help us with compliance with this grant, because the federal government nor the state is really giving any guidance on what can be eligible and what isn't. They're just telling municipalities to refer back to the eligible uses and you determine if it fits. Usually you have a project and somebody approves it, but that's not how it's going to work this time. Ineligible uses, you cannot use it to fund the pension fund. You cannot use it to fund reductions in net tax revenue. It cannot be used for debt service, legal settlements, or judgments, and it can't be used for your fund balance or rainy day funds. iParametrics GZA, they let me borrow this slide. I thought it was good use for planning for these ARPA funds. You want to prioritize and have good governance. You want to leverage your ARPA money with other funds that may be available. And you want to invest in the best uses for long-term recovery. And where those three meet, that's really the target for these goals. But there are a lot of rules and regulations and collaboration that you should follow with this money. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Does anyone on the council have any questions for Christine while she's here?
I just have one. Hi, Christine. Are we going to be using folks to help us figure this out?
We just went out for RFP that came back. I'm actually in the process of reviewing those right now. Okay. We received 5 bids for companies. Mm-hmm. So we're going to be awarding one of those bids. And again, any expenses, they can apply it to the grant.
Right.
So I hope to have that done this week.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great. Anyone else?
Not
Okay.
right
Thank
now,
you.
huh?
All right, well, thank you again. I know it's been difficult kind of following all the changes over the last 6 months with what was eligible and everything else coming in, so thanks for putting it all together.
And kind of a good kickoff to start moving on to the next steps.
Yeah.
All right,
Great,
thanks.
thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Next, we just have a quick update on a public hearing on application 901 Ocean Road Holdings, LLC, to amend zoning ordinances for extended stay hotels. So no big news on this. We really just want to make sure that the public is aware of the date, which is October 18th. We'll be having a public hearing on this potential zoning amendment here at the council. So just to clarify for everyone, at the August 2nd Town Council meeting, a public hearing to amend the zoning ordinances for extended stay hotels was rescheduled for October 4th. However, due to an issue with the advertisement for the public hearing and the fact that the planning board recommendation had not been rendered and received at the September 20th Town Council meeting, we rescheduled to October 18th. So we just wanted to clarify because it was initially going to be October 4th. So October 18th, and that is it. All right, lastly, we do have our IT manager, Dan Holland, here to go over some broadcasting options for zoning and planning committee and planning board meetings.
Good evening, everybody. As requested by the council, on the next slide, if you would, Mike, you were given the charge of the town manager of exploring broadcast options for streaming the zoning and planning boards, which we have done. Next slide. First, we looked at what everybody else in the area was doing. I picked 8 communities, currently, North Kingstown is doing both. We've got that information from GEMIS, a professional organization we belong to. South Kingstown is also doing both. Charleston is doing both. Westerly is also doing both. East Greenwich is not doing anything at all. Jamestown's doing planning. Their zoning board hasn't met since April, prior to the release of the governor's executive order. Newport and Exeter are also doing nothing currently for your planning and zoning. Currently, as you know, we're doing Town Council YouTube Live, and also the school committee has copied us completely and doing the exact same thing we're doing. Currently, YouTube Live costs us nothing. Mike, if you back up one slide, sorry. The other services, Granicus, Clerkbase, WebEx, and Zoom all have a cost associated to them just to stream the meeting, never talking about staffing. In our method, we're actually paying nothing to get the meeting out. Head 2, Mike. Thanks. First option I'm going through is for the large boardroom is a cost outfit. This number was given out the last meeting we talked about this. This option gives a good quality, full HD, good quality audio. This is the expensive one from $8,000 to $10,000. It includes the laptop, the encoder, the power camera, network drops, microphones, mixer cabling, the entire set of equipment that we need to outfit the large boardroom as a streaming, essentially recreating what we have here, but in a compact area. Staffing on this, related to an agenda item later in the meeting, would be essentially $100 a meeting if it's adopted, and that's 2 meetings a month minimum, 1 meeting for each board. As we know, those do have second meetings at times. Option 2, inexpensive option. This would be just taking an iPhone Pro or something to the like. It would give us great video. Audio would not be as good because we wouldn't have the microphones in the area of the board or the staff table to pick up the audio, but that is a possibility. Staffing on this, we anticipate the community development staff that mans those meetings would actually set this up and run it. Next slide. This is a mobile option. As everybody knows, both of these boards have been meeting outside Town Hall periodically at the North Beach Clubhouse in the community center. This would essentially be a laptop, a good quality webcam to go with it, and an area microphone to try to pick the audio up as best we can. This, again, would need to be staffed as the type of streaming would be doing rather than just going straight to the app like you would on YouTube and on the iPhone. And essentially, we have 4 options for you. One is to fully outfit the large boardroom with the expensive option. The second option is the inexpensive one using an iPhone in that boardroom or mobile. Option 3 would be a mobile setup used either in the other buildings outside of here or even in the large boardroom. And option 4 is to hold all of those meetings in this room and forego the technology in the other areas. So that's what I have for you for now.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the follow-up on that. One quick question before I check with the rest of the council. Could you just explain to me, I might have just blanked out for a second, but the mobile setup, what is the difference between that and the second option?
Second option is the iPhone, just using an iPhone on a tripod.
Okay.
A mobile streaming setup would be a laptop rather than an iPhone. Give you a little more flexibility, a little more control of what you're doing. Also with an external microphone.
One mic.
And camera, and one area microphone.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone from the council have any comments?
Could you send us this?
Absolutely. Yep.
I think it would be helpful. Thanks.
Sure.
Dan, just one question. This would not make it possible for people, if, say, we use Zoom, because that's the one I know best, they wouldn't be able to ask questions. They would just be able to watch the
Correct, just
event.
viewing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, so we will move on to open forum public comment. If anyone from the public would like to speak on any topic not on the agenda tonight, please raise your hand. Dr. Alba. Please state your full name and address.
Dr. Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Thank you all for your service and for everyone who's involved with putting this together, police chief, town manager. Thank you for all the expertise. I do want to commend the Narragansett Parks and Recreation and the Narragansett Fire Department for posting on their Facebook pages, precautions to stay off the rocks during the pending storms. I would like to add some recommendations. Have the life-saving donuts placed in user-friendly areas. The reason being is I went to Hazard Rock, and it's way up there at the top of the post, and I was just thinking the distance someone will have to travel if someone goes down to rush all the way back up to get that donut and to throw it down. If someone's having difficulty swimming, it might be a moot point to even have that donut up there. So I think mock trials should be held by the fire department to see, have maybe someone fall down, go down with simulation, saying, oh, this person's drowning. Have that person run up, try to get that donut and bring it back down. But, I think we might have to accommodate and maybe put them in more strategically located areas so they're more user-friendly. So that's just a consideration. We don't want, we have one donut up there, but if it's not going to be able to save a life, it's not going to do us any good. So hopefully that might, the fire department or the people who are EMTs might be able to look into that. Recommend people wear personal flotation devices. Recommend people do not go on the dark green moss areas, which was recommended before. Maybe have a universal code reader so people can translate the signage with pictures. Have the U.S. Coast Guard recommend personal flotation devices. And I already mentioned, have the emergency response team hold mock drills in regards to rescue if someone falls in, who could swim, who cannot swim, if there's an undertow. I also think the area should be closed during inclement weather. If we have a major hurricane, storm, even on a day like today. I saw on the agenda today we're going to have police or we're going to have enforcement, maybe in the beginning of the season or towards the end of the season for the beaches to make sure that things are safe. Well, I think we should also probably have those areas patrolled during inclement weather to make sure that people are not going on those rocks. I was there the other day. There was a big sign saying, please do not go on these rocks because of the hazardous conditions, and people were out there. I actually have a video on the Art Town Narragansett page y'all can take a look at. So signs, I think, just in of themselves don't deter people at times. So I would also recommend that during sundown to sunrise, have the areas be closed off. It's difficult enough to traverse those areas on a clear day, and someone could easily get hurt. I would also recommend that young children really have to be careful. I saw young kids out there just the other day when they shouldn't have been out there. Have some kind of notice that, kids have to be extra, care has to be taken care of. And also maybe have a personal flotation device for kids available too.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
In the back? Please state your full name and address.
Louise Ferrandi, 20 Middle Road. I'd just like to address some of the issues that occurred in my neighborhood. I'm a member of the Eastwood Look Association, and on Thursday evening, Police Chief Corrigan gave us about an hour and a half of his time. 6 or 7 members of our neighborhood association went and spoke to him about some of the issues that have been occurring recently and forever, actually. And I just want to tell you that as of less than 48 hours later, many of the issues that we spoke to the chief about were so exacerbated on Saturday evening, Sunday evening, and possibly Friday evening. This was not an anomaly. I have been a member of this association for many years. We have met with Police Chief O'Donnell, Police Chief Little, Police Chief Hoxie, Police Chief Smith, and Police Chief Corrigan. Now, here's my situation. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have a real chance now with our 3-student ordinance that has been passed. We need some real tough regulations letting everyone know, URI, students, realtors, and homeowners, what to expect. And that should give us some relief, because we cannot abide by this anymore. It has been too long, and nothing has been working. And if something isn't working, we should try something different. I thank the 3 of you on this council who have passed that. You had the fortitude, the intellect, and the thoughtful process of listening finally to these residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, right up front. Yep. Yeah, Jim, you want to bring a mic over?
You know, there was a time I was a hot dog on a surfboard in this town. Because Richard Nixon was president. I think Agnew was still vice president. That's how far back.
Hi. Please state your full name and address.
Okay, my name is Paul LeBon. I'm a Rhode Island native. I grew up my summers at Knowles Camp. I'm currently a resident of the Omni Hotel in Providence because I'm coming home. I grew up here, got my first kiss on the rocks of Newton Avenue, worked summers at the Forecastle, George's, that snake pit known as Caesar's One, if you remember that. I had my pants were on fire for a girl that lived over in Jerusalem, so when I left George's, I used to swim across the channel to go visit with her. Of course, that swim was like a cold shower, so it wasn't worth the swim. Anyway, my career has taken me to 160 cities around the world. I've seen a lot of fishing villages, a lot of seaside villages. I've been in Australia, Asia, the Greek islands, the Black Sea. I've done 19 mission trips to Cuba for the Catholic Church. I helped organize the Mass by the Pope, and I walked on the beach in Varadero with Pope Pope Benedict. Galilee's a dump, and I know you all have been looking at different ways, different ideas. I recently met with a member of Governor McKee's staff. I presented them with some ideas, a dozen ideas for economic and tourism development here in the state of Rhode Island. And one involves Galilee. So just to share some thoughts. You've got that rat nest hotel, you've got that honky-tonk trailer park, and you've got all that parking. Galilee is basically a doormat to Block Island, and it shouldn't be. It's got something that most cities in New England, that even Newport doesn't have. It has a walk-to beach. One of the top hotel chains in this country is a former client of mine, and I've talked to them. I've shown them some of my pictures, some of my sky shots from Google Earth, showing them the layout. They could bring several hotels right into Galilee, different, low-tiered, lower-priced hotels. Hotels in Newport do a 40% occupancy in the off-season. So Galilee could really become a tourist area. I suggest reaching out to Senator Reid and Senator Whitehouse, where the land is at Fort Nathaniel Green. There's just, and I wish I had known I could have put this up on the screen for you all. There's just a little smidgen of land there that's used for the U.S. Army Reserve Center. There's a large portion of land there. If you could get the federal government to sign it over to the city, or to the town, or to the state, relocate the parking up there, have shuttle buses going back and forth. I mean, on Cape Cod, people ride 9 miles in a shuttle bus to take the ferry out to Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. And you could really develop the waterfront, really well. I mean, it's got a great history. You could have a museum there. People could, take part in fishing ventures with the lobster fishermen, the regular fishermen. And I share. Who's Mr. Tierney? Oh, thank you. My straight man with the mic. I shared this with Mr. Tierney, and I'll share it. I'll send it all to you all via email, so you can all see my idea. If I can make one last suggestion. I know you're going to talk about the beach extending the season tonight. I had a letter to the editor in the Providence Journal-Boston Globe this summer about the lifeguard shortages. The swimming coach at SMU in Dallas is a great friend of mine. I told him about the shortage. if you need lifeguards next summer, reach out to any college university in the dry states, Texas, Nebraska, Ohio. Those kids on the swimming teams, they'd love to come spend the summer here working as lifeguards on your beaches. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John?
Good
Please state
evening,
your full name and
councilors.
address.
My name is John Depani from 3 Southern View Drive, Narragansett. I just got a couple of things I want to bring your attention to. And that is, I haven't been here for quite a while due to circumstances, but I came to the town hall the other day and to go to the building inspector's office and drop off some flags for the Boy Scouts. I came walking into that entrance. It's a disaster. That entranceway, it needed cleaning so bad. When you come in and you look at it, it's shabby looking. I understand there was a plan put forth, presented about 2 years ago, and nothing's been done. I'm asking you to please try to consider and make that front entrance enjoyable for people when they walk in. You know, they're not walking into a subway or walking into a minefield or whatever. You should get that design that you have and go over it. And I'm asking you to please have a good entranceway for this town, this building. It needs it real bad, along with landscaping. My second thing is the roads in South Pier. I mean, the roads in Narragansett, some of them are in tough shape, especially South Pier Road. When a while back, you had a good price tag to repair that road, and it was ignored. And I imagine to do that road now, it's going to be quite expensive. But that road, I used to live off that road. It's a disaster now. It's all patchy, and it needs a real going over. So I believe there are other roads in the town too that need to be taken care of. So I think you should look at the road structure. I agree with Dr. Alba on things he brought up in the editorial, but he mentioned about the life rings and so forth. They're not going to work. People will steal them. And are we allowed to close that area off? Is that our property? Is it state property? Is it federal property? I don't know how you can close that off. But as much as the signs you put up, people are going to ignore it. They ignored it in Warren. They ignored it in Bristol. So no matter how many signs you put up, they're still going to ignore it. So the state road on Ocean Road from the Coast Guard House up to the clam shack there, they're a disaster. They're sunken in. People are jogging in and around the same way with Point Judith Road, which is a state road. I'd like someone to look into that for me. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
And don't let me go unheard of, please. Please, I beg of you.
So it's 8:01, so we're going to move on to our public hearing at 8 o'clock. Do we have, and we'll come back to open forum right after that. So do we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on an application for the transfer of stock only for the Class B victular alcohol beverage license of Caterina's Italian Restaurant Incorporated, DBA the Coastal Cabin Restaurant, Antonio Malo, to Caterina's Italian Restaurant Incorporated, DBA the Coastal Cabin Restaurant, Christine D. Agostino, President, 945 Boston Neck Road, Assessor's Plat NH, Lot 173D.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, so the public hearing is open. We're going to start with the applicant. So is the applicant here? Great. Oh, sorry. We had a motion and a second, but we didn't vote, so all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thanks. Okay. How you doing?
Good.
Thanks.
Christian D'Agostino.
Great. Thank you for coming. We're just going to have the solicitor swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address.
Christian D'Agostino, 71 Petal Lane, South Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Great. So it looks like this is a transfer of stock ownership.
Yes.
Can you just give us a little bit of info of what you guys are doing?
Yeah, we're just transferring the liquor license from Antonio to me. We're keeping the same corporation, so it's actually a transfer of the stock, transfer of the business also.
Okay. And so are the Malos going to still be involved in ownership?
We're hoping to close on the place of business by the end of the month.
Okay, so they'll be out. You guys will be the new
Exactly,
owners?
yep.
Okay. And it'll still be Coastal Cabin?
Correct. Yep,
Right.
Yep. So it's a transfer of the business for the real estate. Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, does anyone on the council have any questions for Mr.
D'Agostino.
I just had a question about the take it outside. Is there going to be any change or any addition to that? Or are you keeping it the same because you can sit outside now?
For the Take It Outside initiative?
Yeah.
Yes, I think we did zoning for, to have seating out on the lawn. Additional seating, we didn't do it this summer. So actually, really just a lack of staffing and labor. So we used the deck only. So come this summer, we'll see if, I think we'll have to go in front of zoning again to see if we can use it, if that's what we decide to do.
Okay.
I don't know if they're continuing it on through the year or not, the initiative.
Right now,
or
I think
Take
it's,
It
I think it's
Outside.
only through April of 2022 right now.
April of 2022.
Yep.
So by that time, I mean, we're not going to have a whole lot of good weather outside. That'll be over with pretty soon, actually, so.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Just one question for you. Do you own any other restaurants?
Yes, Tavern on Main in Wakefield and Tavern on Main in East Greenwich. So
Got
I
it.
hold the liquor licenses there also.
You do, okay. And have you ever operated a restaurant in Narragansett?
I have not.
Okay, all right. Cool, all right. Looks like that's it from us.
Okay.
We're just gonna take some public comment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone from the public looking to speak on this? Okay. All right. So do we have a motion to, James, let me just check with you real quick. Should we close this before voting?
I think so, yep.
Right, okay. Do we have a motion to close the
I'll
public
make a
hearing?
motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. And now do we have a motion to approve the transfer of stock only for the Class B victualler alcohol beverage license of Caterina's Italian Restaurant, Incorporated DBA The Coastal Cabin Restaurant, Antonio Malo to Caterina's Italian Restaurant, Incorporated, DBA The Coastal Cabin Restaurant, Kristen D'Agostino, President. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve
I'll
the
second.
transfer.
All right, any comments?
I just,
You have a comment?
I was going to make a comment about how fabulous that place was. I did stop in, and I just wanted to comment on what a wonderful establishment, and I hope that people will go there and spend their money. It was beautifully redone, and just wanted to say the food was excellent.
I have heard that the appetizer specials are really
It was
good.
great, it was
Half
great.
price, something like that. I haven't gone yet, but anyone from the public interested in speaking? Okay. So the motion is to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Congratulations and good luck.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay, so we are going to move back to open forum. So we will go with Richard. Please state your full name and address.
Yeah, Richard Vankamish, 55 Osceola. The previous discussions reminded me of something I wanted to say, but I thought would be too unpopular even for me. And that is Hazard Rocks has been a hazard well before the Hazard family ever settled here. And what it was named before Hazard Rock, I don't have an idea. I thought it might have been Indian Rock. But however, I don't recommend planting a hydrogen bomb under it and blowing it up. But I do tell you, it is too inviting a place to get to. The other places we had talked about, people take a risk. They know they're taking a risk. There, it's too inviting. There's a walkway that gets you there. It's very visible, the walkway. It's too appealing. What has to be done is make it very difficult to get down to Hazard Rock. And that is making it having all sorts of obstacles, so casual walkers like me, who never should go to Hazard Rock, is going to say, wow, this is blocked off. I'm going to have to climb over this. It's too inviting. And you can see it, oh, it looks so nice. All you have to do is crawl down here and move there. That's the fault. We have not made it uninviting enough for people. If you make it uninviting, you're going to stop a lot of feeble people like me from doing it. Every once in a while, I get the urge to go down there. And since I haven't entered senility yet, I can stop myself. But believe me, that place has to be sealed off, and that is the solution.
Thank you. In the back? Please state your full name and address.
Charlie Donadio, 66 Nanigert Road. I was back here the last meeting, obviously. I just want to kind of report back to Ted, myself, and Steve Malandosian, along with the president of the Anglers Association, had a very good meeting at the fire department. The fire chief and Jack, very impressed by the equipment they have there, the passion they have for what they're doing. They are doing training. We didn't realize what they had for equipment, and they've got some stuff donated to them. So we were very impressed with what they're doing. Sounds like maybe some of a budget issue of trying to get some extra staff to maybe police the times we have these conditions. An idea we came up with was if you don't have lifeguards on after, let's say, the Labor Day, you have a special event. We might have a hurricane. It's 80 degrees out. And you have a special detail, and the fire department can staff 2 guys with a jet ski down at Monahan's. It's already down there. It's local, quick. Get in and out. They can respond to the avenues. And God forbid someone falls in again. They can even respond to the beach, like the accident, the gentleman that was off Canachet about a week and a half ago. Jet ski could have been there within minutes for Monahan's. But also saw you guys had barricades up, or maybe the police department, for the swell we just had. But I just want to reiterate, they are doing what they can with what they have in that station. I was surprised they have, I think, 8 people working between 3 stations. You have 2 calls, which happened. I think they had a call at Camp Cronin last week and at the beach at the same time. And with 2 Marine calls, they're basically depleted. So maybe you look at staffing, especially when you get sea conditions or times of hurricanes, and they can have like a special detail and get guys to volunteer and just sit at Monahan's with 2 guys with a jet ski. I think it would go a long way. I know we spend like $10,000 a year on sand that we dump on the beach at the seawall. It ends up in the river, and kind of a waste of money. Maybe you can take some money from that to help fund a detail like that. But anyways, I just want to tell the fire chief and his staff they're doing a really good job down there. And also, Susan, thanks for reaching out to Carol about the Point Truth Lighthouse. So if you saw the erosion from the water side, it's just falling into the ocean. So
great.
yeah. But anyways, just want to say that. And by the way, Ted Sorlin went down there last week with his own power washer, power washed the entire ramp down so that when these guys go down there and have drills or rescues, they're not slipping down the ramp. So he did a good job doing that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I won't be here for your next thing to talk about the beach because my daughter, I have to bring her home after the soccer games.
Thanks.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Wojciechowski? Please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. I own just one 3-bedroom rental, beach rental, so I don't want to speak about rental. What I do want to talk about, though, is liberty and justice for all. I spent 12 years as an Army officer, and for some reason, I just cannot let go of the idea of liberty and justice for all. It's just too much. And therefore, I react to an unprotected class of people. Therefore, I'd like to request that the zoning, Code of Zoning Ordinances relating to zoning, Chapter 731, you must remove the reference to college student, a definition, college student. It insinuates they're not protected. I can't fathom an idea where any people are not protected. Any human beings are not protected. And for you to make a law showing that some people are not protected is very offensive to me. Therefore, I ask that you take that out. Now, I understand the problem with noise, and I can suggest, as I have before, please help your police chief, give him the authority to make a $5,000 fine for disturbing the peace, drunk, disorderly, whatever. Give him the $5,000 fine. And I know that's a problem, but you can get cost recovery in a situation, so you can increase that fine so significantly that those who cause a disturbance, whether they're drunk or not, he can fix the problem. He has made a large step to date. He can fix the problem. There is no need for you to violate the liberty and justice for all. You made that promise just today, just now. Liberty and justice. Do not take away that from anyone, which you have made the first step now with this college student. Please reverse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, Mr. Ferrandi? Please state your full name and address.
Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett. Thank you, council members. And I'd have to reiterate also about this past weekend was probably one of the worst in Eastwood Look in quite a while. It almost felt like the old Cinco de Mayo riot was kind of percolating a little bit. I guess there was, pretty much it was a double whammy, if you will. I think it was homecoming, and I believe some of the activities due to last college 2020 graduation were, instituted over this last weekend. So, the neighborhood was full, a lot of cars, a lot of, people walking around with open containers, that kind of stuff. The police were around, but, when it gets to that point, they're really overmanned and overgunned. And like was stated earlier, we had met with the chief on Thursday. We had talked about some things, and he did offer to institute some speeding issues and things like that. So, he's trying to work on it, but, the police aren't the total answer to this issue at this point. They go as far as they can, and maybe they've reached his limit. We hope he can do some more, and we hope that you can give him the direction to do some more, and maybe look at Eastwood Look like a special policing area. If we have the worst issue in there, maybe you'll have to police in Eastwood Look differently than you do in other parts of the town because of this specific issue. But above and beyond that, there are a couple ordinances that are in force now, and it's critical that the council and the staff and everybody get together and get it right as far as the enforcement, as far as notifying URI, notifying the realtors. And then maybe at that point, we can start to set the tone to try to, bring it under control a little bit. Even if it's at the point where it just, less of massing in the neighborhoods, that would probably go a long way. So, but the devil's going to be in the details with this, and I hope all the solicitors get together with the building inspector and the chief, and, we have attorneys that work for these neighborhoods, and we want to be involved in this too. We want to be at the table to make sure that, some of our concerns are there. But I think we may be starting to turn the corner depending on, how the town institute this. We don't want the town to institute it that draws an immediate lawsuit, then we're tied up in court again. So it's very critical, and I ask you that you please, someone on the council or several people on the council, if they want to be a shepherd to this issue, we could really use it, because it really needs dogged determination since it's been such an issue for such a long time. And really, it's a resident-friendly ordinance, and, we just want some peace and quiet, and I think this is going to change the town for the better for the whole town. So appreciate your time. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Steve, I think you dropped something. Got it. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to consent agenda. Are there any items on consent that any council members would like to remove? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Number 11 from the Finance Department is a motion to approve the real estate and personal property abatements in the amount of $458.06. The real estate and personal property addendums in the amount of $23,538.74. And the motor vehicle addendums of $2,782.54. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? All right. So this is an item that we actually continued from last meeting. I think there was just a little bit of confusion on our end. So Christine, do you mind coming up just to give us a brief summary? I know you were clear.
Hello. So this usually is on consent agenda. It was just moved off through some miscommunication. So it's the normal abatements and addendums to the tax roll that always shows up at every meeting that you approve. And it's just this, COs, more COs have been out. And it lists all the reasons several properties were were on an override status due to a restriction and they needed to be put back on. So there's all just the addendums. It was over $10,000, so it was moved off the consent agenda.
Got it.
But it really just belongs on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any comments from the public? All right. Anyone from the council? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 12 is a motion to approve the contract for professional services and software purchase with GovInvest Incorporated for a sole source financial software suite in the amount of $70,000 year one, and authorize the town manager to sign the contract after review by the town solicitor. Do we have a
I'll move
motion?
the motion.
All right.
Second.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Christine? Anyone? Well, actually, since you're still on your feet, why don't you? This will be maybe the last time tonight, but if you could just give us a quick summary of what this suite is.
Okay, so this is a software suite that allows us now to make, there's a pension, an OPEB, a labor negotiations, and then a financial forecasting section to it. So it's 4 software packages. And now instead of paying an actuary an abundance of money to run certain scenarios for us, if we have to do our rate of return to change that, if we have to change a benefit, we can run all these scenarios here in-house and save a lot of money. We can do that both for pension and for OPEB. With the labor workforce development, we have all our labor in there, and during negotiations, when we want to make a change, add a new staff person, change a benefit, we can run all the scenarios right in that system, and we don't have to pay somebody to do those calculations and that big forecasting for us. And then it's same with the financial forecasting. Now we can plan out 5, 6, 7, 8 years with one change, how that'd affect it going really long-term, what we're going to need for future taxes, instead of doing it on an Excel spreadsheet or a 27-page spreadsheet. And it's really reasonable, and we would be saving, just with the OPEB and the pension, with our actuaries, we were paying about, over the last 3 years, $194,000. With the actuaries who we have to keep for, according to the state law, they would be $100,000, and then GovInvest would be the $75,000. So we'd be saving about $37,000 over the next 3 years.
So it's 70,000, 45 for the annual price, and then the implementation fee is in that?
Yes, it's in that.
Okay, and so that's annually, that's what we have to pay every year?
Annually, it'll be $45,000.
Okay.
So that's $10,000 for the pension. And then they're going to do our OPEB GASB reports that are required annually for the audit. They can do those for us. And they're going to take over the OPEB. So the actuary firm is not going to do that. They have people on staff that can do that. I know it gets kind of confusing.
Yeah,
The actuaries still have to do the valuation to the pension funds. So there's 2 reports every year. There's GASB accounting reporting, and then the valuation on the full fund pension plans. They're going to take over that portion at a reduced rate.
So just one last question. So after we get committed to this, is there an opportunity after the implementation that you meet and you sort of see how you like the software before you go into that following year? Or how does that work? Like,
We've already, Dan actually and I have looked at the software. We've talked many a times. You know, it's a really great tool. I can't wait to get it, hopefully, if you approve it.
Yeah,
It's
just-
going to be great for budgeting, too. You know, right now we have, the spreadsheets are really huge and cumbersome, and it's easy to make a mistake. This way, everything's in the system. You update it once a year.
Right, and
they
you just
provide
have-
training.
and you have that opportunity within that year to say, like, just suppose for some reason you didn't like it, to get out of it. You wouldn't have to, or no, once you,
This is a 3-year,
oh, it's 3 years, so once you sign, okay.
so we're for 3 years.
You seem pretty confident, so I'm going with that.
Christine, will this eliminate NIHART?
Not completely.
Right,
It may in the future.
okay. Another question for Holland. Dan, you got, no, sit down. You got enough AC to keep this program going? Okay. To boost that.
Okay, anyone else?
Time is money, saves money.
And when would this be rolled out to us after we approve it?
Well, I'd like to do the financial forecasting and labor workforce first, so we could have that ready for budget session.
Okay, so the spring, okay.
So it'll be one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public interested in commenting? Okay. Everyone's good on the
Yeah,
council?
it's good.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 13, sure.
We're going to pull that one. It's become a personnel matter at this point.
13?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to pull it?
All right,
Okay.
Look at that. Second.
James, do we need to, we don't have to vote to pull it because the sponsor is.
Right, you can just withdraw it. It's
Right.
pretty much moot at this point.
Yep, okay, thanks. All right, number 14, under Town Manager, is a motion to approve the 1-year contract extension for general plumbing and pipe fitting services with Atlantic Control Systems Incorporated at their quoted rates and markups under the same terms and conditions as the original contract.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right? Jim, do you want to speak on this, or it's pretty straightforward, I think?
It just carries over the same terms and conditions of the previous contract, and they were the low bidder before considerably.
Okay. All right, great. Anyone from the public? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 15 from Community Development is a motion to authorize the renewal of the line of credit with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank for the Community Septic System Loan Program in order to extend the program into the future.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right? I don't know if, yeah, sure, Mike, you want to come up? Thanks.
Okay,
Good evening, Council President, members of the council. Thank you for having me here. I just want to give you a brief overview of what this is all about. Some of you have heard of this before, but it's not a really well-known program. It's called the Community Septic System Loan Program, CSSLP, when we're talking about it in-house. And the Septic System Loan Program is it's financing for homeowners to replace failed septic systems or failing septic systems or cesspools. It's funded through the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. It is, how it works is it's an interest-free loan with a 10-year repayment term available to resident property owners. The borrowers pay a one-time origination fee of $300 and 1% annual servicing charge. The residents seeking financial assistance must live in the municipality, and the municipality must have an on-site wastewater management program approved by DEM in order to qualify for this program. And Rhode Island Housing is the organization responsible for loan administration and underwriting. So we, at the local level, kind of work in the middle of this whole program. We do the pre-application vetting of applicants. Since 2006, when we started this program, we have issued 14 loans. The maximum amount is $15,000, and each of them was for the maximum. There are 2 loans pending. Because of that, our line of credit is waning. And this is a very interesting element of this CSSLP, that it's not a revolving loan program. It's a line of credit. So in 2006, we got a $250,000 line of credit, and we've been working off of that in $15,000 chunks as time has gone on. Our current balance is less than $40,000. So we have the ability to issue 2 more loans, and 2 of them are pending right now. So if those 2 loans get issued out, we will be depleted and not be able to issue out any more loans. In order to continue the program, we need to apply or renew our line of credit. So this is just the first step right here. We will come back. I will be coming back to you again if you approve this stage. This is more or less just the general request asking you to agree to renew it. When the time comes, we will have a resolution for, we may have 3 different resolutions, and I'm not sure if we need them all. One would be authorizing the town manager to apply for the program. A second would be specifying the loan criteria, and we would anticipate that we'd be revisiting the loan criteria that were established 15 years ago to see if maybe they need updating. And then the last would be to return for authorization to sign a promissory note and a loan agreement. So right now we're at step 1, no resolution pending at the moment, but that would be something coming in the near future. We're just asking that you would consider authorizing us to go after a new line of credit. And this time we would be asking for $300,000 from the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. Any questions?
One question. How would a resident with a failing septic, would they only find out about this program through DEM, you think? Or like, I had a septic, we had some issues with it, and we were considering replacing it. I've never seen this before, so I'm wondering how people find out about it.
Yeah, it's not like it's in the news a lot, so I know it's not a very well-known program. However, many people do contact either the town engineer or the town building inspector for guidance, and those phone calls then get transferred to me. We then inform people of what the program's about, what the conditions and limitations are. They actually have to submit a pre-application form to us. They have to be vetted. Their financial status has to be vetted, and then they also have to show to us that there's no other way for them to have their septic system, septic problem solved.
Got it.
For instance, if there's a sewer availability, we may decline that. But once we get them past the pre-app program, then they can file a full application through Rhode Island Housing. That's where all the financial aspects and the vetting occurs, not with us. And then if they get through the financial vetting, then they can get the loan. It's a great loan system. It's, very, very, very low interest rate, no interest, just those 2 service fees. And believe it or not, we have been using the money, so people have heard about it. And we hope that more people will come to us, and we'll have to come back to renew this program in, less time than we did this time.
Okay, great, thanks for explaining. Any other questions for Mike?
Sounds like a great program.
All right, cool, thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Any comments from the public? Dr. Alba? Please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I think it is a great program. I hope the Narragansett Times and South County Independent, maybe they can actually write a story on this, as you mentioned, Council President, to make it more visible to those people who are in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Celeberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I really think there needs to be some public notification about this program. I know for a fact that there are people in town that did not know about this program and had failed septic systems, and they were of the economic level where they would have applied. The other thing is $15,000 doesn't seem like much. Septic systems are very expensive in this town because of a high water table. So I was just wondering if that amount could be raised in some way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 16 from engineering is a motion to approve the purchase of one new 2022 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LTD four-wheel drive double cab work truck in the amount of $29,887.24 and one new 2022 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LTD four-wheel drive regular cab work truck in the amount of $30,395.25 from National Auto Fleet Group, utilizing the Sourcewell contract. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, any questions for John? No? Okay. Anyone from the public? Stanley?
There is a savings, but I'm sure he'll see it when he gets up to the
Please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. Yes, I know you expect me to stand up, and I can't help it. I figure if I repeat it enough, maybe something will go through once in a while. I always thought that the GMC commercial-grade truck would be cheaper than a Silverado. I'm not sure, I don't know, but I was hoping that we checked. That was item number one. Item number two, I was just mentioning that I've got a van with 234,000 miles on it, and it's still running beautifully. So I was wondering just what the mileage was on these trucks. Can we continue to utilize them with the minimum maintenance if it's only maybe it's only $10,000 to fix it, or $5,000 to fix it, and it lasts a long time? Is that an option? But the biggest thing is the GMC, go down, get away from the Cadillac insignia, if you will. I thought, but I'm sure it's been looked at, but I just have to bring it up again. Thank you. Mileage, specific mileage, I don't know. We should go through our whole capital budget and change it so that the mileage thing goes to 200,000 or 300,000 miles for commercial vehicles, and get diesels if you have to, because I know my cousin had a diesel and it went 1 million miles before he finally let it go. So we've got to change our thinking on trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Anyone else? John? John, please state your full name and address.
John DePani, 3 Southern View Drive. I know Stanley hates to spend money, but I support the Department of Public Works for what they're asking on the vehicles. In my thoughts, I feel that every so often you should change and get new vehicles, because in time, those other vehicles go down, and it prevents a lot of backlog with the Public Works operation. So I fully support Department of Public Works receiving that money so that they can function a lot more than what they've been doing now with trucks and vehicles that are not in good condition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, everyone on the council good? All right, oh, sorry, I missed you.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I was just wondering, what do we do with the old trucks? We can't sell things. Do we trade these trucks in on the new trucks, or how does that work?
All right, why don't
It's just
we
a
can get an
question.
answer.
I'm just curious what happens with
Jim or
the old
John,
trucks.
what do we do with the old trucks?
Right now, we just store them.
Oh, because of the ballot question.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Yep, all right, thank you. Oh, here we go. Stored on Winham's property.
And Jesse, we also use them for roadblocks during hurricanes.
Mr. Hames, please state your full name and address.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island. If you're referring to the passage of the last town ordinance to change for the selling, that was clarified, that was real estate only. It was cleared by the previous town solicitor. I can send you the YouTube recording of when he said that was for real estate only. So, any questions about that?
Well, I know that argument's been made. We'll have to get an official opinion from the new solicitor. Now, we're not going to do that on the spot right now, but we will work on getting another opinion to see where he lands on it.
That would be very good.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 17 is a motion to refer the request from Charles German, Plat NR, Lot 991, Ottawa Trail, and the request from the Engineering Department in regard to Plat F, Lot 4-4 and 4-5 for waiver of the sewer policy to the Sewer Policy Committee for review.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, so this comes from Engineering. We've referred at least one other application to the Sewer Policy Committee. Does anyone on the council have any specific questions about this one from John? You want to hear from him? What's that?
There's 2 requests to refer.
Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah, it's lot 991 and lot 4-4, 4-5.
Right.
Which is fine, I just.
Yeah, so they were rejected, so they come to an appeal, basically, the appeal process.
I think one was rejected, the other was an inquiry. I don't know if John wants to talk.
Sure, why don't we get some more info? John, do you mind coming up?
But they both get, they're asking.
2, yeah.
To refer both of them.
Well, those 2 lots might be merged.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for calling me and trying to get some clarification here. Yes, the first one, Ottawa Trail one, is just a sewer availability that was rejected in the past, and they're looking for to revisit that, or they never appealed it to the Sewer Policy Council, so they're asking for that process now to move forward. I believe the original request was in 2000, but they're looking to have that updated or to actually go before sewer policy now. Right. The second one, Plat F, Lot 4-4 and 4-5 is, I believe that is in the process of being rezoned into a single lot. It's at the Middlebridge School, and that was the Middlebridge School was originally approved for a specific connection, and I believe that the sewer actually goes through this lot here, but it was only approved for the other lot. So they submitted a sewer availability request, and we kind of forewent the process of having them make a formal request to the council to be referred to sewer policy, because any other connection to that sewer that was approved under the previous waiver has to go to sewer policy council. So that's the second one.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to vote to bring it back.
Right, yeah. And is it your understanding, because I know this was a discussion we had back earlier this term with the Clark Road development, but your understanding, we could also get an opinion from James, but is it a required procedure to send these appeals to sewer policy? Meaning, can the town council even, are we obligated to send it to the sewer policy by charter?
I think that's part of the sewer policy process. It
Right.
comes here first, referred, they render a decision as a recommendation. It's not binding, and then you actually make the decision.
Yep,
Based on
okay.
the policy itself.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is procedural to get it all through there. Then the last vote after the sewer policy meets and the recommendation there, that's the formality.
Okay, thank you.
John, while you're up here, how's our I&I doing?
It's probably about the same as it's usually been. So we had some pretty heavy rains in the past. We had some issues there, but those were a shock there. I know as they came up, we're trying to look at the old reports we have to see what we can do, especially down in the pier area here. There's some properties we're trying to identify. And again, the problem is what you addressed in your previous request for an ordinance review on getting into people's houses to see what's going on.
So we're drifting over that 85% of our use of the pier plant?
Actually, we're drifting back towards the 85. We've been over the 85
Right.
since shortly after it was approved. So, but before we have this next set of the next sewer policy meeting, I'll have that report for you guys to look at. And
Just to
establish
remind
that.
people, this was the issue that we discussed 3 meetings ago about stormwater going into the sewer system and how we need to control it so people can hook up to the sewer, for the record.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Any comments from the public? Ms. Alberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. This is about the Ottawa Trail appeal. This letter was issued 20 years ago, the rejection letter, and he's appealing it 20 years later. Isn't there a process, when you get a rejection for something, you have a certain time period to appeal something? I mean, I'd hate to see him go to the sewer commission and somebody say, hey, that was 20 years ago, you have to start again. You might as well just start again now. I mean, 20 years later, you file an appeal. It just doesn't make any kind of sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so the motion is to refer to the sewer committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 18, under the fire department, is a motion to accept the Federal Emergency Management Agency grant award for staffing for adequate fire and emergency response SAFER grant in the amount of $2,809,434.96, and authorize the town manager to approve such acceptance for the fire department. Do we
I'll
have a
move the
motion?
motion.
Second.
All right. We're going to have the chief come up. Thank you.
Nice
And-
job.
Yeah. Do a brief presentation.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. Brief, I'll try and keep it brief, yes. I have a lot
Thank
to
you.
present to you. There's a lot of information, and I just wanted to try and present that in a way to you where I might be able to answer some of the questions. So hopefully it'll be informative as well. So as you're aware, this is to address the most recent federal grant. It's a big one. It's a $2.8 million SAFER grant to add additional staffing to the Narragansett Fire Department. So just a little overview of what I was looking to just discuss with you was just a basic overview in the goals of the SAFER grant program, which I think are very important to cover. The differences between what the previous grant awards were like and what this particular grant is now like. There's a difference in those awards. And then basically, to look at a question of what level of service do we wish to provide as we continue with the Narragansett Fire Department, and to address certain things such as the historical staffing levels that we've had over the years, as well as I'm just going to inject some infographics and just be able to help present some of the information that might address some of your questions that you'll likely have. See if I can get this going. So, and then also getting into the operational impacts on the surfaces here, basically looking at how well are we doing currently with the fire department services, and what are the expected costs to the town, the obligations of the SAFE Award in particular. So I'm sure you're very well interested in that. So just a little background, the fire department in May of 2021 pursued a federal funding through the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, or SAFER grant program, to support expenses hiring 8 additional firefighters. We were very successful after a number of attempts. This particular award was for $2.8 million. That's $2.8 million of federal funding to support the plan. So on September 10th, it was a Friday, it was a beautiful day. We had the congressional delegates come down and presented us with not just one check, by the way, but 2 checks. One was for $2.8 million, and another one was for $112,000 plus. We were very, very excited about that. They were very excited about awarding it to us, and I know the firefighters were very excited because a lot went into submitting this award. So why SAFER? In response to concerns over inadequate firefighter staffing, the Staffing for Adequate Fire Emergency Response Act was created, popularly called the SAFER Act. So it was enacted in Congress way back in, 2004. It was signed into law in 2003. It began in the fiscal year of 2004. The SAFER program, the purpose of it really is to create and provide funding directly to fire departments to help them increase and maintain the number of trained frontline firefighters. Those are the firefighters out on the trucks, out on the road, doing the day in, day out operations in our communities. Oops, a little delay here. Sorry about that. It was also to assist fire departments with staffing deployment capabilities in order to respond to emergencies and assure that communities have adequate protection from fire and related hazards. It was also to enhance local fire departments' abilities to comply with staffing, response, and operational standards, particularly established by the standards of NFPA 1710. This is a very important standard in the fire service. It looks at your standard organizational deployment for fire suppression operations, as well as EMS operations, as well as other special operations that you administer or provide to the public. So it's a very important standard in the career fire departments. The focus is on the ability of your community to actually meet that standard, that 1710 standard. So appropriate staffing levels at each call are outlined, not only for fire calls, but for EMS calls. So when you look at a residential structure fire, for instance, the appropriate staffing levels, according to 1710, are 15 firefighters showing up on the first alarm assignment of a structure fire. We have 8 showing up currently for that. So we rely on other callbacks. We rely on mutual aid systems as well. Also for appropriate response times to calls, which is extremely important. And for fires, the arrival time, the benchmark that's set is 6 minutes for that first due company to arrive on scene 90% of the time. So 90% of the time, we're looking for that first arrival company to show up on scene. Medical calls, it's about 8 minutes for that standard. And I'll just present a couple of infographics just to show you how we're doing. But keep in mind, these grants are a very competitive process. This particular fiscal year performance period, there were $355 million. That's a lot of money, but that's spread out through the entire country for these awards. and approximately 300 or so SAFER grants are awarded nationwide. We were one of them at $2.8 million. As you know, we've been very competitive looking for alternative sources of funding. The fire department's been very aggressive in pursuing other sources of funding for our needs. Going back to 2005, we've had 11 awards and valued at upwards of $4.5 million over since 2005. So it's 11 awards, including this one, $4.5 million that we've looked to secure. What is the difference between this particular SAFER grant and previous proposed grants? There's no match with this. There is absolutely no match. These are $2.8 million of federal money. The town is required to have no match cost on this. That's waived. And that was waived because of the municipalities were facing a lot of reductions in their anticipated tax revenue with COVID going on for the last couple of years. So those matches were waived. And they're looking at having the fire departments retain, replace, or rehire firefighters who might have been laid off by other municipalities, to rehire them, and also plan for future retirements, because we know people will be leaving. NFD will have currently 7 firefighters eligible with 20-plus years of service, eligible to retire at any point right now. So that's 7 who could walk out the door tomorrow and retire. The funding encompasses a 3-year period of performance that covers 100% of the salaries and benefits of the 8 new firefighters for the entire 3 years. That's the entire 3 years, 8 firefighters, 100% salaries and benefits. We anticipate that period of performance beginning in February of 2022, if this is accepted, through February of 2025. The previous SAFER grants or awards required matches of 25% years 1 and 2 and 65% year 3. This, again, is no match required. So, again, we were awarded this in September 10th. We have 30 days to accept and 180 days in which to actually hire the individual. Once we hire them, that period of performance, that 3-year period of performance begins then. So that's why we anticipate hopefully being able to hire these. I'm sure we will. We have many people who want to sign up. February of 2022, and then again, that period of performance would start then for 3 years, and that's an important point to note. So what level of service do we wish to continue to provide here in Narragansett? I'll say just a couple of historical points. I've been around long enough where I can go back a few years and remember what it used to be like. You know, the last time we've hired or added any line firefighters to this department was in January of 1991. I know I was one of them, January of 1991. We have not put any additional firefighters on, those firefighters meaning that will be on the trucks. So currently, eight firefighters are on duty, covering a total area of 37.8 square miles. It's a lot of area. We're a landmass of 14-plus miles long, lean, but long, and we also cover a water jurisdiction of over 23 square miles. We have 3 fire stations. We're geographically spaced, I think, very well with the 3 fire stations. And NFD responds to over 2,800 emergencies, calls, and that's true emergencies. Those are lights and siren types of emergencies. Plus, you can add on another 600-plus additional calls for service annually throughout the year that we also respond to. So our call volume over the past 20 years has really tripled in the amount of call volumes. Response time standards, I mentioned, they're important. Response times matter when the calls come in. Research has shown over 30 years ago, you had about 17 minutes or so in which to be able to escape a house fire. Now it's more like 3 or 4 minutes. And why? Well, it's a number of reasons, but primarily the newer home construction, how they're constructed, how they're laid out, the materials they're constructed with, and what you pack into them, mainly their contents, the furniture and things like that. Things are just made with more petroleum and plastics right now. Things burn hotter, and much faster. EMS, again, 1710 applies to the EMS as well. So first responder level, they're looking to have someone there within 4 minutes. That's a first responder. That's a basic first responder showing up 4 minutes and 90% of the time, 90% of the time. ALS, which we do, the standard is 8 minutes. So 90% of the time they're looking for ALS to respond. So why is time so critical? I hate to bring this up, but it's how long after a heart stops do you get brain damage? For this, a general rule of thumb is about cells begin to die at approximately 4 to 6 minutes after blood stops flowing. Another 10 minutes, and they cease functioning and they will die. The ability to improve response times, again, is critical, and that's what we're trying to do with additional staffing as well. Just some infographics. I'm happy to bring this up because I've worked very hard on it. The department itself has worked very hard on these infographics. We've updated our record management system over the past few years. We put a lot of time and energy into it to be able to collect data, to be able to analyze the data, take a look at it, just to see how well we're doing and where we lack. So this is just some infographics to bring that up. This right here depicts calls between 2018 and 2020. How many calls it's stretched out. So annually, it's close to 2,800 runs annually. The bottom number is 2020. There was a little downtick in the numbers. This graph right here, the green represents rescue calls. Those are EMS calls. And you can imagine much of our work is related to EMS. On average, if you span it out, it's close to 2/3 of our business is EMS related. All the other stuff is a bunch of other calls we classify for false calls, hazardous materials, fires, and we continually break them all down. So compared nationally, this is a national standard. It's similar. So I mean, if you look at both this one versus the previous, that's ours, and here's the national. So they're very similar. Again, about 2/3 of EMS work, which goes into our business. And how does it break down throughout the year? If you look at the months, it's stretched along. This, again, is looking at 2018, 19, and 20. And we're very busy. The months of May, June, July, August, September, October. Excuse me. So those are our busiest months. You can see those spikes, and we've been collecting all of that data and breaking that all down. So that's where our business lies. A lot of it is during those summer months. And this is another graph. I know it looks a little busy, but this again is something related to response time. So this is fire response time. So if you look at that little red bar right over here going up, that's the 6-minute mark. So that's the standard in which we're trying to achieve. In how quickly are we getting to the scene? So again, the standard is 6 minutes, 90% of the time. And right now, we're below that standard. We're meeting it in 2018, 2019, it was about 73% of the time. Last year, it was 71% of the time. So again, that's a statistic we're trying to improve upon. We're down in that area. EMS, same thing. Here, 90% of the time within 6 minutes. Again, we're getting there. In 2018 was 73 minutes. We started to improve a little in 2019, 77% of the time, 75% of the time in 2020 that we've achieved. One of the issues that we run into quite a bit is concurrent calls or stacked calls, one on top of the other. It's not so much the volume that we have to deal with, but it's the frequency in which these calls are coming in, so multiple calls. And this slide just represents that. If you look down here on the bottom, that green area, basically you're looking at 75% of the time, a single call is there and nothing else is coming in. The other 25% of the time, I mean, nothing else coming in by the time we clear, that is. The other 25% of the time, another call is coming in, or sometimes multiple calls are coming in. So we're trying to get as many of our resources to all of these other calls as we can. Sometimes we don't, and we have to rely on mutual aid in which to be able to come in and assist us. So a lot of this area here, this 25%, is an area in which we're looking to improve upon, and we believe increased staffing can provide that. Again, this is another look at those concurrent calls. It just spreads it out. Again, the single calls in the red, a lot of times the concurrent calls are going on. This instance in 2020, we had over 2,000 single calls, and then nearly another 700 times there was another call occurring during that period. If we spread it out, we look at all our 3 fire stations, because I know some of you ask, well, is one station busier than the other, or how does that work out? Well, they're essentially spread out evenly. So if you look at our 3 districts, our 3 fire stations, stations 1 and 2 tend to be the busier ones as we look at the numbers, and Station 3 is also there. But again, it's very similar volume in the runs that we do. It's a similar percent. A real important thing, I know this is a busy slide, but another area we've been looking at is the ISO classification for the town. We've been working quite diligently over the last several years to improve that. And that's instrumental in order to be able to provide the residents and business owners a chance to have a decrease in their insurance rates when it comes to insuring their properties. So currently, right now, our ISO rating is that of right in the middle, of 5. So that's Narragansett. We're a 5. If you look at the ISO rating, 1 is actually the best. I know it works kind of opposite. 10's the worst. So right now, about 19% of the fire departments throughout the country are that 5 rating. We just recently had another audit, an assessment done in the month of July. I had the ISO in, showing him all the improvements we made. He was very excited to learn that we were looking at a safer grant that would add additional staffing on as well, which would improve our score. So I'm pretty confident after our last assessment, we'll be bringing this down to a 3. So that would correlate to about 6% of the other fire departments throughout the entire country who are at a 3, municipal departments now. So we believe that score can even improve more with the additional staffing as well. Again, all of that is based upon a rating system. They came in, we looked at our score. 10 points are based upon how all of our information comes in through dispatch, how we dispatch it. Also, the fire department is a big score. Fire department makes up of 50 points of that 105-plus point scale. Water supply is excellent in the town. We worked with engineering to come up with our water flows. They were excellent. They got high ratings on the water supply in the town. We achieved quite a few points out of those 40 points. And the others is geared towards community risk reduction. So a lot of thought has gone into this in preparing for it. If you look at 105.5 possible points, and that goes towards securing your particular rating, which is your fire suppression rating schedule, and they assign a public protection classification number to you. So we're doing very well. We've improved quite a bit. We think we can improve more with even some more additional staffing, perhaps a 2 on the rating. So operational impacts, how will we be affected? Increased firefighter safety is number 1. We always preach that, firefighter safety. We do a lot of work and a lot of training to prepare and drill that into our firefighters. 2 additional firefighter EMTs per shift, increase over our capacity of responding quickly and efficiently to concurrent medical and fire and marine-related incidents, again, of which 25% of the time at minimum, another call is going on. It would also aid in the reduction of personnel overtime by creating 2 additional firefighters or floaters per shift. Operating above the required staffing level, which is 8 currently, per shift allows fewer firefighters required to be hired back on overtime to fill vacancy incurred due to vacation, personal time, sick leave, etc. So we've estimated that approximately $277,000 in overtime costs annually with just the way we would staff those 2 additional firefighters above the minimum requirement of 8. So we will be looking to go to 10 at certain points, particularly during the year, and then drop back down to the 8 in order to have those additional savings in overtime. So the reduction in required backfill of vacancies while awaiting the next available fire academy recruit. Often, we have a vacancy that incurs. These firefighters will be there, ready, trained, fill that vacancy, but we would also still have to fill that firefighter who filled that vacancy in order to live up to the criteria of the grant, and I can explain that a little further. It expedites preparedness training of new recruits, reduction in administrative leave. A firefighter can now be removed from shift and do other functions and tasks as long as I maintain that 8 minimum man staffing level. Provides the ability to staff additional rescue 24/7 in those summer busy months, increasing some EMS billing revenue as well. And it will additionally has the potential to increase our ISO or PPC, our Public Protection Classification rating, as it relates to staffing going forward. And I explained that. So what are the costs to the town? All one-time expected safer costs for the town to train, uniform, equip the 8 new firefighters. We've calculated it at $82,272.80, so about $82,000, plus the wage differential through the whole entire performance period of 2024 through 25. So beginning that first year in 22, right through the end of 25, there's a wage differential that's calculated, and that's because of putting an additional officer on a truck. It's related to the collective bargaining agreement. To create that position, there would have to be a lieutenant assigned to that truck, so it would mean a promotion. So the differential in wage difference is about $88,000 for that. So total 3-year period of performance, again, this is the entire 3 years, what it would, the impact on the town for cost would be about $170,000, and that's to train, equip 8 new firefighters. Now, if we had to, by comparison, to hire 1 firefighter, this is 8 now, if we had to hire one firefighter, the total for 1 new hire would be about $180,000. And that takes into account everything from salary, benefits, training them, equipping them, the estimated overtime due to the vacancies, the estimated overtime due to have to train them within the ranks. So you're looking at about $180,000 for 1 firefighter versus the $170,000 for the eight firefighters. Obligations, we must maintain your current operational firefighting personnel positions in support of NFPA 1710. So in other words, currently we have 32 assigned to 1710, meaning those are operational firefighters responding to the calls on the trucks, performing firefighter duties. I must maintain that 32. We cannot cut positions from our budget during the grant period without a waiver. The grant requires the fire department to send a roster of current employees to the town, and we must maintain that staffing level. And we did that. We had to send to FEMA a roster. It was 32 firefighters, 32 line firefighters. If during that 3-year period of performance, the staffing level falls below that 32, let's say somebody retires, somebody leaves, then you're required to hire and bring that number up. So you can take that new hired safer firefighter, plug them in, but you need to replace them. You need to hire another person. So we have 6 months to fill 8 open firefighter positions. So the clock's ticking again. September 10th, we were awarded this. Staffing levels are reported every quarter. We cannot rotate employees off the grant as they replace people who quit or retire, but must replace them during the period of the performance grant. So if somebody leaves, we have to replace them during those 3-year period. So at the end of 3 years, the town's not obligated to maintain the additional staffing. You know, the mission statement of the fire department, it's protection of human life, property, and fire, prevention, suppression of fire, and providing emergency medical services to our town. But we also state in that mission statement to remove and cause a removal of persons from all dangers, if humanly possible. We believe the extra staffing of firefighters on the department will help us fulfill that mission statement even greater. On a personal note, I just want to say that, you know, I believe everyone in the town deserves the same level of emergency services regardless of where you live or where your business is located, or for that matter, even those people coming to our community, no matter where they are within our community. We take a lot of pride in delivering those services to our community. Our firefighters have worked very, very, very hard to deliver that. It's a responsibility. I look at it as, you know, the people are our greatest assets. We invest quite heavily in our firefighters. The town is very fortunate to have them, but the town invests very heavily in them. It's the responsibility of the fire chief as well as the fire department staff and the personnel to provide for any equivalent level of fire and emergency medical services throughout the town. However, to do so, it requires an appropriate amount of resources to be able to do so and deliver that through the entire community evenly and fairly. So I tried to speed that up for you. I hope I provided enough information. There was a lot. I wanted to try and answer what I anticipated to be some of your questions. Again, I want to thank the town manager for his support on this project and allowing me the opportunity to, number one, submit this grant, and number two, to bring it to your attention and to present it to you for an upvote. So I'll be glad to answer any questions or handle any comments if you like.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the thorough presentation.
Yeah.
And we appreciate all the work that you and your staff do to get these grants. We always kind of joke around about how many grants you're able to secure, but this $2.8 million is, you know, very impressive. And I think that showed when we had the check presentation at the firehouse, you know, a few weeks back, and you had the full congressional delegation there, because it is an important, you know, injection of money that's going to kind of change the department for the better. And like you said, we haven't hired those frontline firefighters in like 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's any possible way you missed any details in your presentation, but if there's any questions from the council?
I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations to you and the department. Well done. I just had one quick question about the 8 firefighters, because I think it's great that we're going to have them, they're going to be trained. And when that 3 years is up, then they're sort of immersed in the program. So if you're in a need at that point, you can slip somebody in because they're qualified, trained, ready to go.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I was just trying to, we're at the 3-year mark, I just wanted to make sure I
Yes.
understand how that works.
Yep. And that's been my whole thought process from the beginning to budget. I know so many expected retirements are planned
Right.
to have them ready to go up front, trained, and to be able to plug those gaps. Yeah.
Well done, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just thank you.
Thanks, Chief. That was really great. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I know that a lot of your staff worked on this as well, and particularly Kevin Tuthill, and I just want you
Yes.
to pass on our thanks for that as well.
Yes, I am not shy to be able to spread the gratitudes out. A lot of people have done a lot of work on this. Captain Tuttle is especially, along with a couple other firefighters, Raymond Deckel, and I'm going to forget somebody, and Jake Longaluco. So the team has worked well together, yes.
Well, they have our thanks. Thank you.
I have a question. At the end of 3 years, the town is not required to keep up the additional staff, correct?
Correct. You're no longer required to keep the additional 8 firefighters that have been appointed. So, you know, if our roster, if our NFPA 1710 roster went from 32 to 40 during those 3 years, at the end of the 3 years period of performance, we could go back to the 32.
Right.
We're not
But
required
you're
to.
planning on a couple of fire department to retire or move on, and then you're going to fill these slots up with these already trained personnel?
Yes, they'll be ready to go. Hopefully, during those 3 years, we can study this, look at the benefits versus the costs, and, make a more informed decision going forward. Is this the continued level of service that we want to maintain in this community or not? But at least it gives us a 3-year period in which to be able to study that.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thanks again, Chief.
Sure.
Is anyone from the public interested in commenting or speaking? Dr. Alba?
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I want to thank you, Chief, and your entire team putting this together. And you've been literally lifesavers for my dad when he was around, so thank you so much. God bless you all. On another note, once this expires, it would be nice if maybe, I don't know if maybe you see if the federal government or powers might be, if they might possibly get an extension. So that means, like, if everything's going great and it's, it's helping towns out throughout the United States, maybe it possibly could get renewed as well. So who knows? And as the chief says, I think it's well worth the money to consider keeping these guys on board. If after the 3 years assessment, hey, you know what? We're saving lives, and that's what it's all about. To me, all lives are, the saving of lives is priceless. You can't put a price on saving someone's life, so it's just thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanley?
Stan Wachowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. This is the largest grant. I've said attaboy to the chief for many times for his grants. He's obviously he's a superstar on the grant side, and I have to congratulate him that in a superstar way as best I can. But of course, I want to consider the tax issues. 3 years down the road, we want to consider the tax issues, and we at least will investigate that issue. But right now, the grant is a fantastic thing, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ciliberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I think it's important to note, even adding 8 firefighters does not bring this town up to the NFPA standard. And I think if you're going to accept this grant, you have to make a commitment to keep these people on. Not that you're thinking maybe down the road, 8 people are going to get laid off, or 8 people are going to retire, and you're going to fill the hole, and we're back to 32 firefighters, which is so far below the NFPA standard. It's really laughable at this point. So I hope that, of course, you accept the grant, but you also make a commitment and look at future budgets and see how you can, in the future, fund these positions so these people can stay on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, any last thoughts from the council? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Thanks again, Chief. Okay, number 19 is a motion to approve the purchase of 1 Bauer compressor for the fire department from Shipman's Fire Equipment Company, Incorporated, in the amount of $69,997.25.
I'll make the motion.
Where's the grant for that one?
Motion by Cicely Bonanno, second by Ms. Councilor Jazinski. Any questions or comments? Chief, you got a presentation for us?
I think it was a joke.
No presentation, but just to add comment, this is a grant funded. So This is funded by a grant. It's another award. That was that other check you saw in that picture up there?
Oh, that one I had my
Yes.
hand on. Yeah.
So that's the other check.
I was
So
just
please
walking down
don't
the sidewalk, I
overlook
saw you
that one
guys.
as well, yes.
How often do you replace a compressor?
This one's, this is ancient.
Yeah,
It's
gotta
it's
be old,
ancient.
yeah, 'cause they
We've been putting a
last.
lot of, yeah, we've been putting a lot of work into it over the years,
Yeah.
and it doesn't meet the current NFPA
Right.
guidance on it,
Right.
criteria for it, the standards.
Okay,
So it's
congrats.
time to replace it, and we got federal funding to do so.
Place to be.
All right.
Great, thank you. All right, any comments from the public? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion approved 5-0. Number 20 from IT is a motion to approve the job description and filling of a part-time audiovisual technician.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Okay, so this is a position that would basically man the camera for council meetings and, yeah, Dan, if you want to expand on that.
Yes, this is going to restore having a person do the camera rather than myself. I don't mind doing it, but I prefer somebody else to do it. So in the past, when I got hired, we had somebody from the public doing it, roughly $100 a meeting. We went to high school students doing it, we dropped it to $75, and then the meetings got so long that the high school students weren't being able to do it any longer. So we want to get back to that, back to where we were pre-COVID, and get staff. And if we do something with the planning and zoning, that would get tacked onto it also.
It's $100 a meeting, right?
Correct, yep. We're going to make it financially worthwhile to come out, so.
So-
Somebody can stay past their bedtime.
Yes, that'd be great.
So for anyone from the public who's watching this meeting tonight, if you're looking for a part-time evening job, this will be available, posted on the town website.
Correct, yep.
And it's basically always going to be evenings, right?
Yes, yep.
Okay, great.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
All right, thanks, Dan. Any questions from the public? Comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 21 is a motion to approve the renewal of the SaaS application services with Tyler Technologies Incorporated in the amount of $94,369 for fiscal year 2022, and authorize the town manager to sign the updated contract after review by the town solicitor.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, so this is our payroll software, right?
It's the primary financial package for the town, as well as the time and attendance system for the bulk of the town also. So it's purchasing, it's budgeting, it's payroll. Am I missing anything else?
Timesheet.
HR, yes.
Okay, it's all integrated across
Correct,
different,
yes.
okay.
So will we still have Munis, or is that?
Yes, it's just a continuation of the Munis contract. We'd finished up a 7-year contract prior to this, and this increase is only about $2,000 more with no price change over the last 7 years, so it's actually a pretty good deal when you think about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anyone have any questions for Dan? All right, anyone from the public looking to comment? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion approved, 5-0. Number 22 for Parks and Rec is a motion to approve the request for Ragnar Events LLC to pass through the town of Narragansett during their 200-mile running relay race.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Okay, why don't we have Michelle come up?
I read this twice. I wanted to try to better understand how this works, coming through the town of Narragansett.
Thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome. Good evening, everyone. So the Ragnar Relay Race is a 200-mile distance race that begins in Groton, Connecticut, and ends up in Massachusetts. There are several teams, 225 teams to be exact, and each team starts off in a staggered manner, and they begin the race. I believe it's about 5 hours of start time for the race. And basically, during the reconnaissance of the race course, they decided to pit stop in the town of Narragansett. And when I say it's just a pit stop, that's pretty much what it is. So they've decided to stop at the Baptist Church on Kingstown Road. switch runners, hop back in the car, and then move along up to Boston Neck Road to Cristofaro Park, and that's their other exchange point, as they call it, and then that's it. So basically, all the teams will be coming through, starting in Groton. It's a full-day experience, again, a 200-mile road race that ends in Massachusetts. So again, it is just a pit stop. They're providing their own vehicles. They're providing a porta-john at each of the pit stops. And basically, we're not expecting any issues with traffic control points. I've run the race before the chief of police as well as the fire chief, and I pretty much think it's going to be very much unnoticeable throughout the town since it is such a staggered race and group.
Michelle, at the pit stop, I don't understand what they're doing. So they're coming through, there's this, they're just changing what?
Correct.
People.
So basically, there's a lead car as part of each team. So the lead car has all the runners in the vehicle. So whoever's running, they're going to wait for that runner at the church. And then when that runner comes to the church, that particular individual gets in the vehicle. Then the new runner jumps out. So then the new runner is going to be running from the church to Cristofaro Park. And then, again, another exchange.
Relay race.
Yeah, I got it.
Correct.
Old-fashioned relay race with the car and the runners. Got it.
All right. All right. Thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Anyone from the public interested in commenting? Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I can't. The date is October 22nd.
And it's like
I think
2
it's
to
on
7.
there.
Yeah, it is 22nd at like 2 to 7 or something. The time is weird, I thought.
Right? Under summary, October 22nd?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Number 23 is a motion to approve the request from the UMass Surf Club to host the Lake Atlantic Invitational Surf Competition at Narragansett Town Beach.
I'll
Do we-
move the motion.
Second.
All right, we'll have Michelle speak on that.
Thank you. So this was a last-minute request that came across my desk. So Lake Atlantic Invitational, it's a surf competition, but Lake Atlantic is basically the name of the actual event. UMass Dartmouth is basically the sponsor of this invitational, and they are hosting this event, or wish to host this event, in conjunction with Warm Winds, one of our local surf shops. And it's my understanding that throughout the summer, UMass has a surf team that comes down to the town. They've told me that they come down at least twice a week and come and they surf. And they learn to surf and have new participants, etc. But they pretty much come to the area, come to the beach, visit the local shops and restaurants, etc. So what they're trying to do is basically have a surf competition, and it's actually scheduled for this weekend. And they want to choose the best day for the competition based on the waves and the surf at the time. They will have a minimum of 2 certified lifeguards among their attendees, as well as an EMT on site. They're going to provide their own trash bags, their own tables. They're going to set up cornhole. And basically, anybody who's interested in this event can register with UMass Dartmouth. And again, it can be local people, people from their surf club, and basically anybody who's interested in the event. And it's only going to run from 12 to 5 on the particular day of the event. So again, it is in coordination with Warm Winds, our local surf company, who has actually pulled the certificate of insurance, naming the town as additionally insured for $1 million. So again, it's a pretty simple event. We haven't had a surf competition in several years, so I'm hoping that it gets approved because I think it's going to bring some nice activity this weekend, some camaraderie between the members of the surf community, and they're hoping for a nice event.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Anyone from the public? Ms. Celeberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I've written to you about this. I don't know how the University of Massachusetts Surf Club discovered our beach, but we have our own local surfers. And I really resent Warm Winds recruiting people to come here from out of state. Massachusetts has 1,500 miles of coastline. They have plenty of surfing beaches. I can't imagine why they're coming to Narragansett Town Beach. It's, you know, it's just another day when the residents have to compete with people to park at their own beach. It goes on all summer, and now it goes on in the off-season. Any nice day, if you're a resident, you better get there early, otherwise you're not parking, you're not using your own beach. And then there's a series of activities too. So I just don't think it's a good idea. Plus the $1 million is not enough. Somebody gets seriously injured, $1 million is not going to cover the liability, and we're gonna be on the hook for the rest of it. And I know that Warm Winds and Narragansett Surf and Skate, they only do $1 million liability insurance when they conduct their businesses out of the town parking lot and on the beach, and that's really not enough. We have to look at upping that level of insurance. Thanks.
Thank you.
Charlie don't surf.
Anyone else? Dr. Alba?
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I applaud this motion. I think we have a beautiful seaside community. Let's welcome people. This time of the year, businesses slowing down. We're bringing businesses in. You know, it's just, you know, I just can't understand why some people don't want to welcome and promote our town, our beautiful town. So I want to thank Michelle for bringing this forward, and I hope it gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie don't surf.
Anyone else? Mr. Hames? Please state your full name and address.
Yeah, my name's 30 Wood Avenue. I don't often agree with Dr. Alba, but in this particular case I will. I think this is a great event to extend the shoulder season for the businesses in town, for us to welcome people. You know, we can do anything we can to increase the businesses and help them as much as we can throughout the spring and the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? All right, any last comments or thoughts from the council?
Charlie don't surf. Let's vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 24 is a motion to approve the filling of the position of parks laborer Tuesday through Saturday shift due to a resignation. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, discussion?
Nope.
All right, anyone from the public? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 25 from the town council is a motion to amend its rules for commissions, committees, and board appointments to include a section on term limits.
I'll move the motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, so do you want to?
Yeah, you take the lead on this because this is the fourth or fifth time this motion has come back before the council. This is an amendment from the last meeting, so take it over.
Yep, so I'll start, and then it looks like Eva has something, so I'll hand it to you afterwards. All right, I just want to kind of introduce this. All right, so we had our motion on, from Susan and I, last meeting, and we had kind of a way that we thought we can implement this rule that was passed 9 years ago in an orderly fashion. So to basically adhere to the will of the voters, but to do it in a way that doesn't kind of destroy the current boards by automatically making people expired and off the board. So we need to do it in a responsible, practical way. At least that was the goal. We had a discussion last meeting. You know, we weren't, I guess, all in complete agreement on the best way to do this. People from the public also expressed their opinions, and we're back with what we think is a pretty good compromise, because we do want to take everything into account and be willing to make changes if maybe the method we were recommending wasn't ideal. So I'm going to go through quickly the wording in the new rule that we're proposing be added to our town council rules. So what we have is, so this is the wording. Membership on a board, committee, or commission shall be limited to 2 consecutive terms with a 1-term hiatus before a member can be eligible to serve on the same board, committee, or commission again. All board, committee, or commission members that are presently serving a term will complete that term as the first term. All board, committee, or commission members with expired terms and awaiting reappointment are eligible for reappointment for 1 last consecutive term with an effective start date from the date their previous term expired. Any terms served as an alternate member will not count toward term limits. Members of boards, committee, or commissions may serve the second term consecutively if appointed. This will be implemented as of October 4th, 2021, so that would be effective upon passage tonight. So how does this work in reality, I guess is the question, because that's really what we care about is how's this really going to work. So I have a few examples. So if there's a committee member who's in their first term, so let's forget about retroactive, prospective, they're in their first term. They've only served 1 term. You'll finish that term, and then you'll get a second term. So limit of 2 terms, pretty straightforward. In this other scenario, if you have a person in their second term, so they've served 2 terms, or they're in the middle of their second term, they'll be able to finish that no matter where they are in that second term. So if they have a week left, a year left, 6 months left, they'll finish that second term, and they'll be eligible for 1 final term, the 3rd term. And we're doing that so that we don't have excessive turnover on these boards all at once. Last meeting, we proposed they would be eligible for 2 terms. So we're backing off of that and saying 1 final term. And I think this is actually relatively in line with what Councilor Murray proposed during the meeting. So he can, all him. But let me finish this off and he can take it from there. So another situation. So if you have a committee member in their 3rd term, 4th term, 5th term, that's an actual situation that we're in. We have people that have been serving for 20 years, which is why this rule and this ballot question was proposed in the first place. So let's say they're in their 5th term. They will finish out whatever term they're in, and they will get 1 final term. Same thing. It's consistent all the way through because the goal here is to implement this in the best, cleanest way without causing issues unnecessarily. If you're serving on a board right now and your term has expired, so let's say it expired a month ago, what we do by default is any board member that has expired, they automatically continue serving. That's how we've always done it. That's how pretty much all towns and cities do it, which is my understanding and what I've been told. So in that situation, they're expired, they're serving, but they haven't been officially reappointed. They're eligible to be reappointed after this, and they will serve this term that they're in. So let's say they expired, what are we in October? Let's say they expired in August. If we reappoint them next week, this is their last term, and it started in August. So they'll actually serve, if it's a 3-year term, they'll serve like 2 years, 10 months going forward. So that's how the software that we use does it automatically. That's how we've done this consistently. Alternate members don't count because the purpose of an alternate member, it serves 2 purposes. One is in emergency situations, they're able to come in and serve if someone's absent, but also they're being trained. So if you have someone who serves 2 terms as an alternate, why would we limit their ability to then serve as a full member? I don't see why anyone would even want to be an alternate if they were limited to 2 terms as an alternate. And that's it. So that's what we're proposing. I think it's fair. I think it's practical. And hopefully we can have an agreement on that tonight so we can move forward with this and actually have term limits because that's something we've been waiting 9 years to do. So thank you. Cool.
I've been getting a lot of questions from constituents asking why this is being addressed when it was a 2012 referendum. And I was obviously not on council back then, so I had to look into it myself and figure out what the timeline was, where things kind of, I feel like, fell through the cracks. So I did a quick PowerPoint presentation, and it's not going to be long. It's just going to basically kind of showcase, from where it started and pretty much where we are now. So I'm just going to go over this. So there was a Charter Review Commission back in 2010, and they met, and they did a document, and it was a 62-page document that they came forth with a Charter Review Commission report with changes that they wanted to make to the charter. So again, this is the 62-page document that was submitted to the council. The mission of the Charter Review Commission was that the commission will review and consider potential revisions to the current town charter, adopted in 1901 and last reviewed in 1998. The commission shall conclude with a set of recommendations to the town council as to the aspects of the town charter that should be considered for revision and or updating in the appropriate process as defined by state law for accomplishing such revisions. The purpose of an objective, comprehensive review of the town charter shall be to make recommendations that will enhance clarity of processes and strengthen transparency of town government in an ethically sound legislative tool. And that mission was adopted on July 7th, 2010. So I went back and I looked at the meeting minutes from the previous councils, and then on the 5/7/2012 meeting minutes, I found that this article was discussed. It was on boards and commissions, as you can see there. So again, I'm just going to read this because I think it's important. It's boards and commissions, Chapter 1, structure of boards and commissions, Section 1, appointment and term of office vacancies. The council action may consist of approving, modifying and approving, or declining the proposed charter amendments from the Charter Review Commission report. Following council action, the town council will need to take action at a future council meeting date to request the Secretary of State to place the council recommended charter amendments on the ballot in time for the November 2012 election. Assuming voters approve one or more of the charter amendments, the next and final step consists of seeking General Assembly approval of enabling legislation so that the charter amendments can become official. So then in the 7/16/12 agenda item, a couple months later, the subject, it's, the blue sheets that we have, it was submitted. The subject was town council action on proposed town charter amendments. The recommendation on that was that the town council consider approving, modifying, and approving or declining the final proposed town charter amendment as proposed by the council-appointed Charter Review Commission. So the summary of that summary was on April 23rd, 2012 and May 7th, 2012, the town council took action on the individual proposed amendments from the Charter Review Commission and others from the public and or town council. The council requested to continue the discussion on the following proposal from the Charter Review Commission until further research was done on the issue of term limits. The town clerk's office has obtained information on the subject and is included in the attached letter. So it was basically talking about the boards and commissions, and the council action may consist of approving, modifying, and approving or declining the proposed charter amendments from the Charter Review Commission report. And that's just the second half of the sheet, so I'm just going to keep on reading it. Following council action, the town council will need to take action to request the Secretary of State to place the council recommended charter amendments on the ballot in time for the November 2012 election. So the supporting documentation in that agenda item were the recommendation from the Charter Commission. That was number 6, which addressed the boards and commissions. And there was a letter to the town council. So this was the document that was included, and I'm just going to highlight the key change to appointment and term office vacancies. The commission unanimously recommends that service on the boards and commissions be limited to 2 consecutive terms of 3 years each. So that was the recommendation, and I believe that actually would mean the planning and zoning, because the rationale, which was here, so you always have a rationale for why you're making these changes, was that establishes term limits for boards and commissions, which eliminates the same appointments being made without limitation and opens the process to new appointments. So it was going to be voted on. This was the 7/16/12 meeting that there was voting for this article. And the proposed wording for the section was boards and commission members, all qualified electors of the town of Narragansett, shall be appointed by the town council and shall serve no more than 2 consecutive terms of 3 years each, unless otherwise specified by general law or ordinance. Terms are to be staggered. A member who reaches the end of 2 consecutive terms may apply for reappointment after a 2-year hiatus. If at the end of a board member's term, a replacement cannot be found, the town council may appoint the board member for a single term. Any vacancy during the unexpired term of a member shall be filled by the town council for the remainder of the term. The town council may appoint alternates to any board or commission. And the next slide. So these were the votes on the town charter amendment. So the motion to consider approving, modifying, and/or approving or declining the final proposed town charter amendment as proposed by the council-appointed Charter Review Commission, it was approved, noting term limits for boards and committees would be applied prospectively. And then a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the proposed town charter amendments to be placed on the ballot for the November election was adopted. So the ballot question outlined on the 11/16 election looked like this. So as Article 10 is also submitted, when we've done the agenda setting here. So Article 10, boards and committees, shall the home rule charter of the town of Narragansett be amended to add a new Article 10 entitled Boards and Commissions, which will provide consistent structure and organization for boards and commissions, establish term limits, and allow for the appointment of alternate members to boards and commissions. And there was a resolution validating and ratifying the town of Narragansett charter amendment questions that were approved on the November 6, 2012 ballot, general election ballot. So that was sent forth and adopted. And so if you look at Article 2, it was approved. So then it was sent to it was actually introduced, so it was sent to the General Assembly. It was introduced by Representatives Lally and Tansey, and it was introduced on March 27th, 2013. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but Section 3 says, this act shall take effect upon passage. So it was enacted on July 15th, 2013. So again, back to the town council meeting minutes from 5/7/12. Just going over it. So again, that bottom line, the next and final step consists of seeking General Assembly approval of enabling legislation so that the charter amendments can become official. And so our council members here that were on in 2010 and 2012 were Susan, and our solicitor was the president in 2012. So I don't have the background, obviously, because I wasn't on the council. But we've had the council member here, Susan, that's been on the council since then. And all these board appointments have been going on. And I know that on certain boards and commissions, everyone's aware that this was passed because it comes up. It's come up in the past, like, oh, my term's expiring, I'm in my 2nd term, and I've heard that. So everyone seems to be aware of that. So my concern is just basically, as I said last time, it was the will of the voters in 2012 to have term limits. And, this commission obviously gave the recommendations. It was passed by the council. I just have issues, and I'm really concerned because I feel that it was effective back in 2012 or 2013. I don't think there's rationale to really set the date for 2021. I think I just can't wrap my head around that, and even the compromise. So I think that the voters passed it. It was ratified by a legislature. I think the spirit of the law has been violated, and I fear the letter of the law has been as well. So that's why I'm just really bringing this up. I think the language is there. It should have been adopted when it passed the state legislature. So, and I feel like before we put anything more at risk, I'd ask for the Attorney General to review the statement and answer the following questions. Did the voters' vote go into effect when the legislation was passed, when the legislature passed it? Again, I think good process brings substance, and I feel like the process here could have been handled better. And I know we're just trying to fix something from the past, but I think legally this really went into effect in 2013. So that was kind of my general statements, and I don't think it was reasonable to really wait 9 years to implement it. And I know this is going to really impact some boards, because when I started going into the checking to see which boards and commissions would be affected, I started looking at the timeline. So Dan, you can just go forward. I just want to showcase, if you go, yeah. So I understand that there have been a lot of individuals that have been on boards, and it's been for years. So if we look at the timelines here, you can see that going back to 2012, there's a lot of individuals that have already served their terms. And the same thing with the zoning plating. I think that was a big concern as well, with a lot of individuals staying on. And I think the intent of that commission was to limit that. So going forth and setting the limit now is going to actually prolong that and add additional years, and that's not what the intent of the commission was. And I do understand that this is really going to impact the Library Board of Trustees significantly, because there are four terms that expired. And that was kind of evident to me. But again, if we are following the will of the people and making sure that we're complying with what was the intent, what the legal ramifications are of not having implemented this, and whether any votes that have been taken since this was enacted, if it's if they were legal. So that was kind of what I wanted to really just tell the constituents, because again, I've gotten many questions asking why this is being addressed 9 years after the facts. And there's some of the other advisory boards, and the Harbor Management Commission, when we reviewed that as a council, when it became clear to me that there were term limits, we didn't reappoint some individuals on there. So I would just like to stay consistent. That's it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the council? Patrick?
Well, I understand Eva's concerns. Clearly, there's board members who could probably apply for a pension, but this is an issue that was approved back in 2012. It wasn't acted on. If we go by the letter of that ballot initiative, we will be gutting many boards and commissions in the town. Well, actually, there's a few. Well, then where was the law back in 2012? Where's the penalty? Who's the victim? Any victims? Anybody, did one citizen come up and say, oh my God, I want reparations because you had this board member on for 3 terms? I don't see a big crime. I don't see a smoking gun. I see a reasonable compromise that we can, pass this tonight and the issue is done. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. Deb or Susan, anything?
I've already spoken on it.
You're good? Okay. Okay, so, it does affect multiple boards. Library board, the Towers Committee, the Land Trust, they all have members that would be off immediately, include Finance Committee. And again, we have an opinion from the solicitor that's in line with what we're recommending. We have wording in the minutes from the town council meeting in 2012 that say it'll be applied prospectively, which was intentional because they knew that you can't just drop this. It has to go prospective. And they were going to give 2 terms. So in 2012, you're going to get 2 more terms then. Again, all we're doing here is trying to finally address something that has been ignored for so long. There is no perfect way to do it, but we also have the ability to implement it how we see fit. And that's, in my opinion, I think that is clear, that there's no law being broken, there's no will of the voters being ignored. If anything, the previous councils did that. We're not doing that. And lastly, this doesn't entitle anybody to a guaranteed appointment. So if we think that 5 terms is absurd and too much, when we do our reappointments, don't vote for that person. Instead of saying, well, I'm just gonna sit here and say terms are up, just say you've been on too long and I have a new nomination. So what this does is gives us the flexibility to keep these boards intact, but it doesn't force us to reappoint anybody. So anybody can be let go or not reappointed. No one's being given any positions. So, all right, we'll go to the public.
Can I just interject too? So, there's different opinions from solicitors too, because the last solicitor did not agree with that. And I did ask other members who actually don't serve as our solicitor, but who had the same, the same thoughts as the previous solicitor and have a big legislative background, and pretty much said that when it was enacted through state legislature, through the General Assembly, it passed. And that's what made it relevant. So that's why I kind of have a concern in the fact that, James was the council president in 2012, and then he's making this statement saying that it's fine to put this date of 2021. The optics don't look good, and I think we all ran on transparency and good government, and I think this is us being able to showcase that we really need to stick with what is right. And to me, what is right is just what I showed on the slides was like what that should say, and it should be looked at as passage in 2012, 2013, you pick a date, but regardless, it's not 2021.
So if we're going to get technical about it, what was voted on was a ballot question to limit terms to 2 terms, prospectively. It didn't have a date on there. It didn't say anything about alternate members. What we're doing with our 2021 date is putting a town council rule. We're making an official town council rule at this date. That's not addressed in the ballot question. The town council has the ability to do that, and we're not changing a date, because the town council rule, which is what we're voting on, we're not voting on a ballot question, we're voting on a town council rule. There's additional wording in this rule that's actually not even in the ballot question. We're amending our town council rules effective this date. So it's actually a different issue than the ballot question.
No, but this was submitted with it, Jesse. This was like when, when they do the League of Women Voters, the explanations, and the proposed wording for the section was approved by the council. That's the vote.
The ballot question doesn't contain that wording.
It doesn't have to, but it had a supporting documentation. And that's why I'm saying, I want to ask the Attorney General the opinion, because I feel that this is not the right answer. No, and I'm not being, I'm being serious because good government is important. Just setting the tone, and we all, again, said we were running on transparency and good government. And when I looked at the
think this
716
is good
votes on the
government.
council, Susan had voted for it to approve, noting term limits for boards and committees would be applied prospectively, and all this language was also approved.
But
So
it wasn't enacted, and this is good government.
It was
I believe
enacted.
that what we're doing right now is good government because now we're enacting it. And I think that's the important point here. What happened, happened. You had no control over that. I had no control
Right.
over that. No one here had any control over that. The fact of the matter is that what we're doing is we're making the best of a bad situation by solving the problem, resolving the issue, and making it in a fair and equitable way. And not only that, I think the other point that's really important here is that the boards and commissions serve a very important role in our government. And there are a lot of people who have invested a great deal of time in that role. And what we want to make sure is that we don't lose the intellect and the capability of folks to pass that information on to new members so that we continue to, so we have continuity in terms of what we're doing with the boards and the commissions and the committees.
All right, why don't we go to the, Eva, do you have anything else before we
Well,
go to public?
I know, and I appreciate, well, I'm actually using common sense and logic. And like, that's what's I'm trying to,
So am I.
trying to incorporate that.
So am I.
Eva, I agree with you, and I appreciate your passion, but the problem is you cannot turn the clock back to 2012 with like a light switch, you know? This is a transition that we have to do, and your transition plan was basically gonna gut some committees and leave them flat-footed with no members. And that's something that, you know, we need, and they had a longer timetable for transition. They shortened that transition. I think it's something that we can work with. And again, like Jesse said, if somebody's on there and they're collecting 2 pensions from the town because they've been on there for so long, then we can get them out of there.
But I think part of the recommendations is if we couldn't find somebody, but there are applicants for a lot of these boards and commissions, and it's not gutting it, it's just filling it with
Moving
others.
forward, we're moving forward, that, you know,
We are.
whoever's
We
on
still
the
have some more to
council
fill.
moving
We're
forward
not
can
all
look at
filled
those
yet.
applications and vote accordingly. So, well, I mean, we're setting a policy that it's been long in coming. It's going to be hopefully settled tonight, and the transition and the boards and committees will move on with continuity.
I know. I just want to make sure there's no legal ramifications for the decision that's made. That's all. I'm seriously
Understood.
being sincere about that and not being,
Well,
not
I
trying
think
to
we
be.
got so many accomplices of previous town councils, man, that you know, we're gonna have to open up some more cells down there in the downtown there. So, I mean, I think this is the best way for me, you know, to just resolve this thing finally and move forward.
All right, we're going to go to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Ms. Celeberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I think you're getting really close to abrogating a vote of the electorate, and I think it's a dangerous road to go down. And what I don't think some of you newer people understand is that people voted for this because they wanted turnover on some of the boards and commissions, specifically planning and zoning. People have tried to push a turnover. There are absolutely no resident-friendly people on the zoning board. There's no one on the board that represents residents. They are all business people. And this is what the residents were trying to change. And over the years, there have been appointments, you know, vacancies on the zoning, and the same people get appointed over and over again. And I think this is what, you know, is concerning people here, because they voted for this because they did want turnover. Nobody was thinking about the library board or any of the harbor master or anything like that. They were thinking about planning and zoning. And it's a shame that some people will have to leave their position, and there are some people I don't want to leave their position, but others, we need a turnover, especially on those two important boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, Mr. Zonfrillo.
So the will of the people.
Please state your full name and address.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Wynwood Circle. So the will of the people in 2012 was to turn the boards over, was not acted upon for 9 years. There is a clear case for following the will of the people. And I'm going to say the quiet part out loud as I did last meeting. This kind of feels like it's because of the library board. It feels like the leaving people in place is for the library board. If you really have to have Lori Kelly run the library project, put her in another position, whatever you got to do. Don't impact the planning board and the zoning board. And I think you're trying to rationalize away that, well, it's the will of the people, but not really. You know, we're going to have some problems with the will of the people. This is at the very core of good government. Nobody's irreplaceable on these boards. There's a little bit of institutional knowledge, fine, but people are willing to serve. There are applicants that are willing to serve. It's not going to be that hard to fill the positions and find somebody else. And if you look at some of the things that are chronically bad in this town, especially around planning and zoning, look at how long it took to change the building codes. Sit through the planning board. There's a mindset there. There is a permanent presence. These boards have become a permanent presence in this town. You know, like the councils come and go, but the boards are the same. And look at all the problems we've had because people are kind of stuck in the past. It'll be fine. A CEO of a corporation can be replaced. People on the planning board can be replaced. It's way more important that you guys follow the will of the people as quickly as possible and deal with the consequences. It's terrible that the library seems to have this hold over the town. The timing's right before all those appointments, and it really sends a bad message to the town that sometimes you listen to the will of people and sometimes you don't.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Alba?
Yes.
Please state your full name and
Dr.
address.
Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I think the doctor, was on target. And she confirmed that with our town solicitor, who is an outstanding lawyer. So, I don't think we have to worry about getting sued. She went through, she used due diligence, and I think her presentation was well thought out. So this was what was voted upon, then we should uphold what was voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back? Yep. Oh, Bridget? Please state your full name and address.
Hi, Bridget McPhillips.
Or you
21
could speak as a staff. Are you speaking in your professional capacity?
No,
Okay.
well, I'm speaking from knowledge, and I applaud the council for trying to work with what was passed before and trying to understand. I've worked with boards and commissions in my prior position with the town, and I applaud the people that come out to do the work for free and work on the boards. I think it's very commendable. And Eva, I was looking at your presentation, and it happened to say that 2 terms of 3 years. That's not what happens on all the boards. In order to get a staggered term, some people have to start at, especially the new boards and commissions, they start with a 1-year term, and a 2-year term, and a 3-year term. So it's not cut and dry. Everybody thinks that if they think that every person on a board is there for 3 years, they're not. So what do you do with the people that are on there for 1 term, and they're only allowed to serve 2? Then they have a 2-year limit. So is that factored in? Or if they're in a 2-year term and they get 2 terms, so they're on for 4, and then people that are around for 3 years, and there's also other boards that are around for 5 years. So it's a little more convoluted than just cookie cutter, like 2 terms for 3 years apiece. They're not all that, unless you don't have any staggered terms. Then if you have 8 people on a board and they all are done at the same time, then you have to find 8 people to fill them, which I can say, being in that position, you don't get that many applications in order to be able to do that. Or you can, but it might not be people that are able to fill, that have the background to really serve the town. And I think everybody that is involved with, in the council, in choosing people to fill those seats, take that into consideration. So, so what would you do if you're only allowed 2 terms and your term is only 1 year, so you only get 2 years? So it's just a little more convoluted to me as having worked with the boards and trying to keep them filled so that they can work, because if you don't have a quorum, then they can't even meet. So that puts a cog in the whole process as well. So I just hope people understand the whole workings of every board is not the same and every term is not the same. It's not cut and dry. So I applaud the councils really working hard to understand what the boards truly encompass in order to come up with a decision that will basically really serve the town well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, anyone else from the public? All right, Ms. Lawler? Please state your full name and address.
Sure, Jill Lawler, Sarasota Avenue. Full disclosure for anyone who does not know me, I served 2 terms on this council. So to Jesse's point, guilty as charged, having 4 years of not going back through and doing the due diligence that Eva presented tonight. Having said that, we have 2 people here, both our town solicitor and our assistant president, who both were on that term in 2012, as Eva has pointed out, as president and vice president. Every single one of you ran on transparency, on good government, good open government. Eva's suggestion seems to have been ignored. She wants to have the AG's office look at this to make sure what you're doing or what you're trying to do is being, is good government, is being correct, is legal. Seems to me by what we presented tonight that things were followed in place. It went up to the General Assembly, they voted, and this was law back in 2013, I believe Eva said. So really what we have here is a continuation of the, I know a guy that goes on in this town, they're good people, they want to serve. But to Paul Zonfrillo's point, a lot of this goes back to the library. To yesterday's date or today's date is a significant one. Lori Kelly's commission expires, and she's been serving since 2006. There are also 4 of the members who have been serving since 2006. 2 of those members who the previous council who I was a member of removed because they had been serving so long because there were 2 other people who wanted to serve on the committee. One of those people who had actually done grant writing when he was in college for libraries was a unique and good candidate, and we put him on. So the 5 of you, once elected, decided to take those 2 people off the council, and what you did was you put back in the 2 members who had just been removed, who'd already served. So it's a game. And there are, as Bridget just said, there are plenty of people in this town who are willing, ready, and able to serve. So why not make sure you're following the law, as Eva has suggested, send this to the AG's office and have them take a look at it. It doesn't make any sense when you have Susan and you have James, who are part of that commission, not to do so. Good government, 5 of you ran on transparency. Be transparent, be good government. Thank you.
All right, anyone else interested in speaking? Okay. So before we vote, I do have a couple other thoughts. I would love to know what's not transparent about this process right now. We have placed this item on multiple times. We've listened to feedback. We've stated very clearly how the rules would work. We've had public discussion. And the idea that this is like, this whole thing has to do with the library, I mean, talk about being stuck in the past. If this was about keeping people at the library board, we wouldn't have even brought this up. We would have ignored this issue like every other council's done, and people could have continued to be reappointed over and over and over. This is the only council putting a rule in place to limit terms. Nothing to do with the library. It has to do with every other committee in town, which all have issues where if you implemented this immediately, they would lose the chair of the board, which is the real thing. It's not about losing some member, it's about losing a chair. Some of these boards can't function. They literally cannot function if you remove that person immediately. The chair runs the meetings, they run the agenda. There has to be a transition period. It's just like a bizarro world sometimes. You sit here and you have people come up to the podium and say we're ignoring the will of the people when this is the only council actually acting on the ballot question. Because we're not implementing it the way that you individually would like, we're ignoring the ballot question. We will put this in place, we will have term limits as the people voted for. We're implementing the results of that ballot question in a completely legal procedure. All right, thank you. All right, anything else?
No, well said, well said.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion approved, 4-1. Number 26 is a motion to approve a 2-person police detail along with existing security guards and available beach staff to monitor and provide public safety at the beach prior to Memorial Day as needed when weather dictates and postseason during the weekends in September.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, this comes from Councilor Cicilline Banana.
So this council approved a motion to have weekends in May, as the weather was really pretty nice. This is the same exact motion asking the council to have a presence for the month of September on the weekends. And we see that the weather has been beautiful in September. The beaches are still very busy. And I think it's just really important for us to be mindful of that. And actually, I know that if Steve Wright were here today, this was a real important issue to him, to be able to have some visibility, whether it's the police, the 2 patrolmen, or a skeleton staff to just be present at the town beach. And we learned early on before the season, we had some issues. So I just think, I forgot to put September in the motion, but I really think pre and post for weekends, we should have people there. And I know that in September we have, and it's worked out well. I've been down there, I've talked to the people that are doing the overtime, and I actually think there maybe could be a couple of others there, but it was working well. So I just want the council to hopefully authorize that we can have somebody in September on the weekends.
All right, thank you.
So that's it.
Discussion, any questions or thoughts from the council?
Yes. So this kind of doesn't, we're a legislative body where we make policy. We have a town manager where we're a council manager town. And I'd like to empower my staff. I feel that this is kind of micromanaging. I think Jim does a great job. The chief does a great job. The town manager is also the commissioner of public safety. So I think it's in his purview to, if there's an issue on a weekend or if they think that there needs to be detail, they can do that on their own. They don't need us telling to do it. They don't need us micromanaging their day-to-day operations because the managers do manage the town and they have control of the budget. We approve the budget, so that's something that he can do and just authorize it on his own. And then earlier this year, Jim and Chief put forth a great plan. Again, they have the ability to do that on their own. So this is just, feels like we're trying to micromanage our really great town staff. So that's the only issue I have, but I get it, Susan. I understand that we want safety, but I think we can get the safety with our manager and Commissioner of Public Safety.
All right, anyone else from the council?
I guess I gotta say something. Yeah, I don't see why we have to extend anything. I mean, we have our beach season. It's, you want a police presence down there for what? I don't know what for. I mean, they're a block away. I mean, if something happens, you just call 911, they come right down. There was a report here that a Dell's truck backed into a surfboard, so I don't see a big crime spree down there. I'd say if you want to do something, just keep the water on for another 2 weeks so people can take outside showers and keep the bathrooms open. I'd be on board with that. That's about it.
All right, so I didn't read, maybe I'm misreading this, but
So I just want to say, September's been really busy at the beach. The parking lots are full. The beginning of September, we didn't have any presence there, and it was a nightmare. So we cannot do this, or we can do this, but again, safety first, and I think it's important. I'm not asking to open the beach for extended season. I'm saying for the weekends, busy, nice weekends in September, we should have somebody around. And that's the motion. I think it's reasonable. It's not a micromanaging. It's important because guess what? People are coming, the lots are filled, and I'm there all the time, and I've seen it, residents have seen it, and it's a concern. So you can call it micromanaging, you don't have to do it. I think it's extremely important to the town of Narragansett. Visitors come, parking lots aren't manned, it's a problem. I've seen it firsthand, and I've talked to a lot of constituents about wanting a presence down there. So it's the pleasure of the council, and I urge you to pass it. And on the rainy days, they won't come, but on the beautiful sunny days in September, when it's 80 degrees and the beach is closed and there's no one there, and cars are coming in and out, the parking lot's full, arguments, I've been there, I've seen that. So I don't know how much people have been down there on the council, but it's packed.
I just want to get some clarity here, because Patrick's comments about extending the season, I didn't see that in the motion.
It's
That
not
wasn't.
in the motion. Do I think that sometime we have that discussion yet? This motion is to ask for presence for weekends in September when the weather's still nice, people are still using the beach, they're still down by the water, and I just think it's a necessity.
So maybe, if I remember correctly, and Chief, you can tell me if I don't, when we had the issues in May, you came up with a plan, and one of the points that you made at that time was that you would provide some sort of police presence in the, a couple of weekends before Memorial Day. Do I have that right? Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Well, the dynamics here is the way our staffing works with the department, where it's a seasonal town. So we have our summer staffing, so my school resource officers, when they're not in the schools, I put them at the beach. My community police officer who does the student housing.
Right.
That's not going on during the summer, so he's working the pier, the community service officer program and all that.
Right.
And then a 90-day detective to also assist with the operations in the pier and with the beach. The issue I have is that, come Labor Day, the SROs are back in school, the students are coming back. My shift is working a ton of overtime at night, so I'm perfectly willing to, to try and fill a detail, but I don't want to give the false expectation that there's going to be a standing presence for full days on the weekends in September with the staffing levels that I have right now.
Right.
And just so you know, when the other motion was the money came out of the beach enterprise, so you could work that out. That I wouldn't micromanage, that would be up to Park and Rec Director and the chief, how you could figure that out. It's important that somebody's there.
It's not the money. I mean, I can come back with a proposal to try and get the 41st position back or get to a 42nd position, but I only got so many people, and they can only work so many hours. So if I got 4 guys working a party patrol on Friday night, 4 guys working a party patrol on Saturday night, I got a detail down in Galilee because the students are going over to Block Island. And then, with everything else, the schools are starting back up. We're doing a lot of traffic enforcement with that. I can only pull people from so many places. I'll try and fill it. What I've done, I provide you that document that showed a date log. Like I have people on the shift coming over and they're walking the beach and then they're reporting back. And they're saying, it's mostly families and what they're seeing in September, and they're not seeing issues. So they're kind of just maintaining the staffing at that. If there was an issue, then we could get on the line and try and order somebody in on an emergency basis, but
Yeah, so the day I was down there, Saturday, September, people were drinking, there was a lot of stuff going on. I saw it firsthand. So I read the reports and I get
I didn't get
that.
any calls for service, that's why I got to base it on.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying
yeah.
you're not right, I'm just saying
Right.
nobody called me.
Right, because, so I
Right.
just,
And it's a little different in the spring, because in the spring, the student renters are kind of winding down, or those, they're graduating, and our operations are kind of are switching. I can fill those details a little easier, and I already have a date set in April to sit down with the director of Parks and Recs, Michelle Kershaw, to talk about those details. That's not a problem, but I would like to see us work on staffing during the winter, so that I have the bodies for you, so when you want that detail, I can have them there.
And we
That's all
don't,
I'm saying.
so we don't maintain any kind of counts of people using the beach on the weekends after the season closes, right? Because there's nobody there to do that. I mean, maybe the solution here is to actually direct the town manager and Michelle and Chief Corrigan to examine this, this situation in September, because I agree that there is, there are a lot of people on the beach. And I think that, there's the potential, we were taken sort of a little bit by surprise by what happened in May. I would prefer not to be taken by surprise in September as well. So maybe there's a need to do some research on this issue and get some good information, some legitimate information that we can use to decide what we need to do and what makes the most sense for Parks and Rec and for the police department with this situation. Because I actually think it's just going to get worse. I think that, as climate change happens and, our area gets warmer and, summer lasts longer than it did before, we're going to face an issue at some point in time that we're not going to love. So maybe what we need to do is maybe we could bring this back with a recommendation to ask the.
We can just amend it.
Or we
if
can
you
just
guys
amend this
want
one.
to
Yeah, we can amend this one.
Direct them to work on something and come back. That would be
I
fine,
think
too.
that makes some
We have
sense.
time to do that.
Yeah, because clearly there's a lot of parts here that you all know that, you've enlightened us some, but there's other parts too, and I think we need to maybe get a little more research and then decide
Yeah,
what to do.
it's staffing. I can come back with a
Yeah,
proposal
I
on
get it.
staffing.
And, I sort of thought of that before. I sort of remembered that that's what you were doing for May, but then I forgot. So but that's, that's a problem that needs a solution, and we have to find a way to come up with it.
All right, so I can amend the motion if you guys are comfortable with that. We can direct.
Wait a minute. We're going to base a policy on global warming? I thought it was climate change.
Did I say global warming? I said climate change.
Well, you said, well, we're going to get warmer, so I thought it was
We
climate
already
change.
have, Patrick.
Stay on topic here.
Yeah, well, it is topic. I mean,
I
we're
said
basing
climate change.
policies on
So this
global
could be
warming,
amended.
cooling. I wish you guys would make up your mind, because I never know what to wear.
This could be amended. Also, I don't know if there's any rush right now. We're going into the winter. So, we could put
There's
it
a
back in 2
police
weeks.
station
Yeah,
a block away.
I can
If
put it
there's an
back in
issue, call a cop. Was
direct
there
them.
an issue, Susan? Did you call the police?
I
If
didn't.
people are drinking and acting up, call the police. That's what they're there for.
So I'll bring it back with the direction to amend. and
You're gonna,
with
so you'll
Chief,
pull it or
What's the
table?
response time from the,
Probably pull it. It's gonna be a new motion, right?
Yeah, I can.
a minute? All right.
I'm going to pull it
That
and
with
make
or
a
without a mask?
recommendation for the next meeting that the Park and Rec director work with the chief.
All right, so something will come back at the next meeting, a
Yeah,
little bit different.
I'm happy to do that.
All right, so Susan is pulling the motion.
And I'll reword it and bring it back.
No, because we pulled it, so, sorry. All right, number 27 is a motion to select a date for the town manager's annual review. Suggested date, November 15th, 2021, prior to town council meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
I'll
Is there a
second.
All right, so this is from, I think, Susan and Deb.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is just a simple motion to select a date. We need to do an annual review for the town manager. We've been here for almost a year now, and we wanted to just set it up for close to a year, because that's what needs to happen. So if that date works for everybody, we're fine with it. We have an evaluation tool, and we will be working on that in preparation.
All right, so it would be for an executive session?
Yeah.
Prior to the you're suggesting November 15th, which is a regular council meeting night? All right, discussion? Any comments?
I don't know, it's been here longer than a year.
Yeah, but we haven't.
Right, we're a year into this
Right.
council.
Right.
Is this always done in executive session now?
Yeah. The town manager's review is executive session.
Actually, and maybe the solicitor wants to, I mean, I think we have to give the option to the town manager as to whether he wants to have it in public or he wants to have it in executive session. So we have to deal with a formal letter, so we can do that.
Jim, 15th gonna work for you? Or you want a public, unpublic, public,
No,
private?
we can't do it that way, Patrick.
What?
There's very specific, correct me if I'm wrong, James.
Date, maybe?
There's a very specific protocol that you have to follow.
Okay.
So we have to send a formal letter and get a formal response.
All
Correct?
right.
Is that right, James?
All right. So I guess my question is the 15th gonna work for you, Jim?
That question you can ask.
Well,
Is that okay?
He wants to do it sooner.
Can I speak on it now?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm looking forward to the annual performance evaluation, where I'll have an opportunity to showcase the accomplishments of our team. It's very important to me, the annual performance evaluation from the council. It was so important to me that I insisted in my contract, employment contract, that it be included and that a date be specified. As I'm entering my third year in this position, I can't wait for the performance evaluation. My only request to the council is that I'd like the performance evaluation to be conducted in an open, public, transparent forum and not in executive session at this juncture. Additionally, I'm requesting the public evaluation session be scheduled sooner than November 15th due to some scheduling conflicts, and I request that the council consider November 1st in the open town council meeting. Thank you.
November 1st.
What day is that?
It's a Monday. It would be
It's the first-
before.
That's the first.
All right, so that would be,
It'd be
Right.
before, it'd be during the meeting. Oh, that's good.
before the, yeah, like during the meeting?
I'm requesting that it be done in public.
Right, but as a special meeting, like at 6 o'clock, or during the actual meeting at 7:30?
I can leave that to the
Does it?
council.
Yes.
That's your decision.
I mean, I could be wrong. James, if you can just verify for us, I think it has to be, if it's public, it has to be during the meeting, right?
That probably makes more sense unless you want to start early.
Yeah, we
It's up
can
to
do
you.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, we could start early, all right. So do you want to put a time on it now? So,
That's an hour.
6:30?
all right,
6:30 on the first.
so November 1st. It would just, we'd start the meeting
We'll just
earlier.
start the meeting.
6:30.
We could change, we could do any, huh?
Well, we should.
Or
give
we
him-
can finish early, we'd finish
There are
earlier
5
that
of
night.
us, and we should give him his time deserved. I mean, we can't do it in 20 minutes or half an hour, really.
All right. So you guys have a date in the motion, so you have to actually amend it. It's not in the summary, you put a date in the motion.
So let's amend.
Amend it to November 1st at 6:30. I'll make the
Second.
amendment.
Does that work, Jim?
Jim,
6:30?
6:30 on the 1st, we're saying.
I think it might be better if we do it during the meeting. If the meeting starts usually at 7:30, have it during that actual meeting time, especially if it's going to be public.
All right, so we should amend it to November 1st at 7:30.
On the agenda for that day and date.
Okay,
Yep, so the amendment is November 1st at 7:30, public
all
meeting.
right, so we just have to change the selected date to November 1st
Second.
during the town council meeting.
All right.
Okay?
All right, so what's the amendment?
The amendment is, the recommendation was to select a date for the town manager's annual review. Suggested date is November 1st during the town council meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, do we have any comments on the amendment from the public? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and now a vote for the actual motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. So it'll be November 1st during our regular meeting. 28 is a motion to direct the Parks and Rec Director to research the cost of installing 8 additional pickleball courts in the town of Narragansett, additionally identifying possible locations for pickleball courts.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, this comes from Councilor Cislini Bonanno.
So I'm a member of the Park and Rec Advisory Committee, and 3 different individuals put that on the agenda to talk about, and so I brought it to the council because we've heard visitors and residents like the game, and they would like to learn if there's opportunities in the town. I don't know, I've never played pickleball, but it seems like it's an upcoming sport, and people seem to really like it, and so I have no idea what the cost will be or where the locations would be, but that was the desire, to take a look and see if there was an opportunity. If Michelle looks at it and, says you can't do 12, but you can do 2 or you can do 4, I think the most important thing is that we hear the people that have said they're interested in some kind of additional courts in the town. So we talked a little bit about other locations in the North End and in some of the spare parks around, but I'll leave that up to Michelle. I won't micromanage that. I'll let you determine that and come back with the research, and so that's what this motion is about.
All right, discussion from the council?
Yeah, I think, Michelle, weren't you already looking into this, like courts? I think when I spoke to Jim, he said that you were already, that's why I didn't, like when we did the presentation, I was trying not to push like more courts because I knew you were kind of looking into that already. So I would just kind of get your thoughts on that and what the current situation is.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
We were, so I believe I had spoken to you and let you know that we have met with MJ. We had met with her a couple of times prior to her presentation because we, again, we want to be cooperative, and it is a growing sport in town for sure. And the current site at Clark Road, unfortunately, in speaking with engineering, I thought, oh, well, maybe we could just add on to it. But unfortunately, as you all remember, the court resurfacing at Clark Road, changing the tennis courts to pickleball courts, again, was just basically a paint job. So we've got that old macadam underneath it. So, and to kind of marry new macadam onto old macadam is a very bad thing to do. So in order to put an additional pickleball court at Clark Road, I don't think it's feasible because that whole particular area would have to be dug up, and I don't think it's cost effective at this point or really reasonable, since we just spent about $62,000 3.5 years ago making that court into a pickleball court. So I'm certainly looking forward to researching a potential second site for maybe a North End court, and maybe seeing what the cost would be for an additional 4 courts or potentially 8 courts. Unfortunately, I do not have any of that money built into our Parks and Recreation budget at this time. I know there's talk about funding, so that, of course, would be helpful. But again, I think, number one, determining exactly where we could put an additional court is our top priority at this point.
I think during the presentation, we had, last meeting, we had asked for the Economic Development Committee to research that. And there is grant opportunities for pickleball courts. North Kingstown was able to get grant funding for that. There's also like one of the things that I would like them to look into is maybe private-public partnerships, even looking at indoor pickleball courts. It doesn't have to be the outdoor, just for, we were talking about tourism and, just the shoulder season. So they're going to be looking at that. Then I was hoping that they would come back with a recommendation of that with that. So that was kind of the, how I was seeing it go forth, knowing that you had already been looking into it.
And the indoor court idea is certainly an excellent one, because I remember last year, and I believe it was Nancy Richards, she was out with her snow shovel and pickaxe trying to get the ice off the courts, and we had to go down and stop her. And I wish she was here to tell that story, because that just shows what an adamant player she is. You know, she really wanted to clear the court, but again, using those tools was not the right idea. So hopefully there could be some solutions like that. But again, I will certainly do my due diligence to research a potential second site and the cost that would be involved with that.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's where you need the police. I've seen those pickleball games there, they're pretty rough. That's where we need the extra police.
All right. I just want to, do you have anything to say, Deb? Okay. I think this is fine. I do want to kind of echo what Michelle said in that we did create those courts 3.5 years ago. And it's obviously been a success and people are happy with it. However, we do have other needs in town as well. So I just want to make sure during this conversation, we don't make this impression that this is the #1 priority and we're not going to fix our playgrounds. In the north end, we've been discussing reestablishing the skate park up there for a while. We don't want to leapfrog or undercut any of our other needs while we do this research. Again, it's just research, that's fine, but I just want to make sure that's not the impression that's being given to the town, that this is all we care about and we don't care about the other needs. Maybe that's not the impression, I just want to be very clear. Very clear. Okay, anyone from the public? Stanley.
Sandwich Wachowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. Yes, I'm so happy you bring that up. Cost. I like your idea. Somebody volunteer to pay for it. People using it, pay for it. I don't want to see a tax bill increase for pickleball courts. I haven't played it yet. It's probably a lot of fun. However, there's always ideas, and all these ideas cost money. And I don't want to see the taxpayer have to pay for this. Let's look for grants. Let's look for the people using it. Maybe you have to pay fees. I don't know. But let's look at the cost. Cost is the primary feature in its decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Alba?
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Yeah, I'm all into sports. I enjoyed sports throughout my life. And recreation is so important for all of us. And even when we get older, they say the more you exercise, the longer your life longevity will be, which to me is priceless. So, I'd rather spend money on keeping people alive through giving them recreational activities. But President, I do agree, President. We have to also look at the concerns and the wants and the needs of tennis or whatever it might be. So, I don't know if they could do a survey or what, say, is pickleboards, is that the most in demand right now? If it is, then yes, let's, there were a lot of people who spoke up and said, we need more pickleball courts. Rick Lehman did an excellent job advocating, and he brought those in. So, maybe we can hear what Mr. Rick Lehman has to say, since he's done due diligence. He's done a lot of research on the area. But anything that's involved with recreation and getting kids involved, I think, and that's a family event too. I think we could have family, it's bringing families together. So I'm not so much worried about the cost. I know Stan's always hopping on the cost, but to me, anything which is going to bring recreational activities, bring families together, keeping kids off the street, keeping them busy, I'm all for. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anyone else from the public? Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, why not? Aye.
All right, motion approved 5-0. Number 29 is a motion to adopt the resolution that the town of Narragansett oppose the 2020 hunting expansion in John H. Chafee National Wildlife Refuge. we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Susan, do you want to speak on this?
Well,
or
I think
can?
you probably, this is a resolution
right.
that you had on in the past. I'd like you to start with that.
Okay, yep, so this is a resolution I put on last term, which failed 3 to, maybe 4 to 1 even, I don't know, it failed.
So it failed on the last council.
It failed in the last council. That was during the period where this proposal from U.S. Fish and Wildlife was kind of out in the public. The last council didn't support opposing this type of hunting in the reserve. So I'm putting it back on because I still think that there should not be certain bow hunting and shotgun hunting or black powder hunting in these areas. That's what I hear from residents in these neighborhoods. And I think that the town needs to come out strong in opposition of that expansion that went through last year.
Yeah, and so I know, because I talk to the neighbors where I live in Northgate, where people come through, and where I live in Riverfront, you can hear it as you're walking through all the developments from that Chaffee Preserve. You can hear them and see them hunting. So I'm actually shocked it failed the last time, and I urge this council to not have hunting in the wild refuge. I just can't even believe that they can do that abutting to neighborhoods where kids play, kids ride their bikes.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
Well, I mean, it is the case.
No, it isn't.
I mean,
With
the
a
neighbors
bow-
and people I see, it's right in the neighborhoods,
With a
it butts the
bow,
back.
with a bow, it's 200 feet from any dwelling. With a
They can travel.
rifle,
Bows
with a
can travel
rifle,
up to
with a
They play in the
firearm,
woods over
500
there.
feet.
Those can travel
So,
up to 500.
you know, there was a similar resolution passed in South Kingstown. You hear from people in the neighborhoods that are very, concerned for their children who play in the woods. So, we'll hear from the public and we'll take a vote.
I want to say something, man.
Yep.
I'd be more concerned with those kids getting attacked by a damn coyote or getting Lyme tick from a damn deer than them getting injured by a hunter. These are licensed hunters. They know what they're doing. And they have buffer zones that they can't be anywhere near a dwelling, a home. And if it's foul, they're pointing up in the air and it's a shotgun, it's got 25 yards, maybe, depending on what kind of shot. So it's kind of a misnomer. I don't think you have enough information on the subject. I don't think you know what you're talking about. But the people have been hunting and fishing out of Narrow River. Generation of families been down there. So I didn't support this resolution last time, and I will not support it
So
again.
generations of families have been doing that. However, it has been expanded, right?
It has been
You don't know if it's been expanded.
It was expanded. And
That's
the
what
other
we're
point-
voting. Yeah, so it hasn't been happening for generations because it's been, but it's been expanded
Fishing
to a
down
larger.
Narrow River
I'm not
has
talking
been
about,
down-
we're not,
Fishing and hunting
We're not
down
talking
Narrow
about
River has been
fishing.
around for as long as I can remember.
however, these areas, it's been expanded. We're not talking about fishing.
And there's more, there are more houses, there are more developments, and also some of the firearms being used, particularly the bows, can actually reach ranges of over 500 yards. And the current requirement is 200 yards, not from the property, but from the house on the property. So, there are dangers here that we have to consider.
Can we go to the public?
Scary.
Okay. Mr. Lima. Please state your full name and address.
Richard Lima, Mumford Road, Narragansett. So I was on the council when this came forth, and it's about the Chaffee Wildlife Refuge. What they did was they banned hunting for 2 years because they caught some neighbors that were actually poaching the animals. They were actually feeding the animals and shooting them in their backyard. That's not hunting. The Chaffee Wildlife Refuge, if you want to look it up, when it was established, was established to be able to continue hunting, fishing, and boating. Now, the Chaffee Wildlife Refuge, prior to the 2-year ban, before it came to this council, you could always bow hunt. And that's what they have in there, bow hunting. There is no shotgun of deer. There's no high-powered rifles. And everybody who calls up and says, oh my God, you should hear all the gunshots in the woods. Those are the duck hunters on Now River. There's days, if you sit at Sprague Bridge, you will say, what's all that gunfire? It happens to be the range out at South Kingston, where they have the club. You can hear the gunfire when the wind is blowing from the west, southwest, northwest. It's the most dominant wind in the hunting season, and that's what you hear. Now, Charlie Vandermoor is in charge of Fish and Wildlife, the federal wildlife preserves for the state of Rhode Island. Not only did they implement back into the refuge the bow hunting, but they also put in some safety zones that you have to be a distance into the refuge before you're allowed to put a tree stand up or shoot any animals. So, how many accidents were there last year? Any reports on the accident? How many people were killed? Anybody shot? Anybody wounded?
Yeah, anybody got hurt?
I mean, in Rhode Island, you would think, you know, that would be, Channel 10 was here tonight, you'd think they'd be all over that. Probably should have stayed, right? They could have given us the report.
So we'll wait until someone is shot, and then.
So
we'll take action.
again, Jesse was against me on this, and he said to me, oh, just because you think it's going to be that way. No, they implemented what I said would be implemented, bow hunting. That's what the Chaffee Wildlife Refuge is all about. It's about bow hunting.
And what kind of bows are those?
They use both compound bows, recurve bows, and they can use crossbows.
And how far does one of those arrows go?
In the woods?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get it out beyond 40, 50 yards, you're doing something, it's going to hit brush and trees.
And
Have you ever been in the woods to actually hunt?
I've been in the woods many times, and I lived in Pennsylvania, where hunting is very common.
Well, that's wide open, that's a wide open woods. Have you been in the Rhode Island woods? You're lucky if you can
Yes,
get
I've
a
been in the
shot
Rhode
from here to
Island
that.
woods.
You're lucky if you can get a shot, though, from here to that fan.
Well,
Without
I'm not sure
clearing-
that's true on the Chaffee Preserve.
Without
but-
clearing paths or shooting lanes, which you're not allowed to do in these preservations. You're allowed to put up a...
Some bow hunting, some bows shoot arrows that can go as far as 500 yards.
Not a bow that I've ever heard of, and I've been doing it for 30-some years. There's no bow that shoots, unless it's on a 30-06.
And what's the distance that, the perimeter around which they can't shoot where there's, where there's...
So gun hunting is 500 feet from a resident. Now,
It's
as
200
Patrick
It's
stated...
actually 200 feet from a
What's
resident.
that? No, 200 feet is a bow. You got to read the
Okay,
regulations.
and it's 200 feet from where? To
From-
where?
From a structure, resident structure.
A
So a
house.
house.
In other words, a house.
Yes, 200 feet.
So they could almost be on someone's property in some instances
Well,
and
200
shoot a
feet.
bow.
200 feet.
That's
From the
pretty-
house, but not
From
the
a house.
property
From a
line.
house,
So they
not
could
property.
be on your property
They
line.
could be very close to your property.
They could.
Yeah.
But again, if you know hunters, like Patrick said,
I know hunters pretty
there's
well.
safety courses, there's rules that they follow.
I understand that.
Rhode Island has some of the best safety with hunting in the whole United States.
Because
We
there's
have the
not very
least
many
amount-
hunting places in Rhode Island.
There's a lot of hunting places in Rhode Island, private
There's
land
no
alone.
property. Well-
We have some of the biggest hunting areas.
All right, let's
So I
let,
think what should be done is, please research this. Again, it's Fish and Wildlife, it's federal. You can implement any law you want, but the federal government is the one that's going to control this, just so you know.
thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hames? Please state your full name and address.
Wynn Ames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett. Rhode Island, just down the street from the Chaffee Fish and Wildlife. I'm going to disagree with a couple of things. First of all, if you go to the end of Wood Avenue, South Trail, there's several houses that border the wildlife preserve. When this was originally proposed, shotgun hunting was proposed for deer hunting. coyote hunting, turkey hunting, anywhere throughout the preserve. I started a petition. I had almost 1,000 local people sign it. There were 5,000 people, more people signed the petition. A lot of them used to live here, work here, visit here. So I had over 6,000 people on this petition that I gave to Fish and Wildlife. There was also almost 1,000 letters written to Fish and Wildlife objecting to, to this. They reduced it. They took out the shotgun hunting. They left the bow hunting in. They expanded the duck hunting all the way up the river. It used to be just down the south end of the river. Now it goes all the way up. So it has been expanded. It still is dangerous. You say nobody's been killed, okay? There's people killed in Minnesota. There's been people, you read about it all the time, people getting accidentally shot. A 15-year-old kid killed his father. Okay, is it going to happen? Maybe not. But what if it does happen? All it takes is one, okay? This proposal should go through, should pass, and you should object to it. There should be no hunting. We have an ordinance in town, no firearms. Chief, you still here? No. We have an ordinance in town, you cannot discharge a firearm within the city limits of the town of Narragansett. You can do it on federal property because they overrule the town. But this objection should go through, and we should forcefully do something about it or try to do something about it. Thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. With that kind of reasoning that, oh, some kid's going to shoot his father, the father's going to then what happens when you total your car because you hit a deer, because there's too many deer around, and you get injured in a car wreck?
Well, if you
Or your
give the
kid gets
deer
limed.
a shotgun, and you might be better.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to the public here. We're not supposed to have a back and forth. That comes later. What happens if your kid catches Lyme and he's debilitated? I know people who have Lyme, and it's a serious issue to a lot of people. So thinning out the herd, thinning out the coyotes, it's not a bad thing. These hunters, they do this, they're licensed, they have to go by the rules, they're professionals about this. And this is just, I think, uninformed people who really don't understand what's going on here. So, thank you.
All right, Ms. McPhillips. Please state your full name and address.
Bridget McPhillips, 21 Jennifer Court. So Patrick, in question to they don't hunt deer near houses. And I live in the Northgate neighborhood. Our open spaces that are owned by the Northgate Association, last year after this was passed, there was hunting in there and there were blinds in there and my neighbor's children played in there. My daughter was running over Middlebridge and she saw someone roll down the hill on that side of the river with a shotgun and get into his car. And she was truly terrified. So when we say that people play by the rules, I have to say that's only for myself and 2 experiences that we've had over the past year, which are scary. And where I live, which is close to the river, every certain times of the year we would hear shotguns. We hear them all the time, from early in the morning, all day long, constant barrage of shotgun sounds. If I sit on my deck and have coffee, I hear shotguns. I take my dog for a walk in the Chafee by the bridge, you hear shotguns. Every place you go by the river, you hear a constant barrage of shotguns. It's unnerving. It's not what Narragansett used to be. We've always been avid runners, walkers, canoeing, water sports people. And to me, it's truly frightening. You go by the river, or as I said, you go to walk in Chafee, and you don't get to hear the sounds of nature. You get to hear the sounds of shotguns. It's not a certain time of the year. It's just consistent. To me, this isn't Narragansett. This isn't why people come here. People come here to enjoy nature and the surroundings and not to hear shotguns. And I can tell you that probably not this past winter, but the winter before, we would see herds of like 16 deer come through the neighborhood. I have not seen a full-grown deer in about a year. We have 3 juvenile deers and 1 baby that are left that come around our neighborhood. And we've got coyotes coming through because they have nothing to feed on. So I think it has an impact on everything. So you get rid of the deer and you have the coyotes in the neighborhoods where we are, in Metatuxet, all around where we are. So there is an effect, and to me, the biggest effect is it's unnerving to be in your own neighborhood, in your yard, and hear gunfire on a consistent basis. So
We're not supposed to have a dialogue back and forth, so I'm gonna answer some of these, you know. So as far as
But
some
that's
guy-
a
some- as
true,
far as
like,
some-
if you want to go through the neighborhood sometime and take a walk and listen and see if that's what you would like, where
Well,
you
two
live.
things. Two things, if there's somebody's walking back with their weapon, with their shotgun to their vehicle, that's perfectly legal. They got the breach
It's
open.
legal, but do I want to go for a jog in the morning and see people rolling down hills with shotguns? Is
Well,
that safe?
It's a hunting area. The guy can go hunting. I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, I don't see a
And
problem.
we have
with it.
areas in the
Now,
state
if
like,
there's a deer stand in West Bay Association land, then you need to call DEM and say, what the hell is going on
yes,
here?
there were signs put up, but prior to people fully seeing someone drag a deer out of there, they wouldn't have known when their kids go to play in there that somebody's in there in a blind shooting, and these deer, they would be right where that ramp is,
Did you call
standing there, look at,
DEM?
it's not even a hunting, like you're not even challenging yourself, because they come right up to you.
Did you call DEM?
Well, signs were put up, people were made aware that it's not tolerated. But
Thank you,
why
Bishop.
should we have to go through that? We pay our taxes, we live here. Why should it be okay to have to live with that fear in your own neighborhood? I think there are other places where it's appropriate, and it's not appropriate here. And we do have a lot of visitors that come here. Nobody knows where they're hunting, nobody knows where the shots are coming from. And believe me, by the river, sometimes it's really loud and you don't know where they are. And that's truly frightening. So I hope you consider passing this resolution,
Thank you.
because I think a lot of people
A lot of
would
it's on the
be
South
very
Kensington
happy
side.
and feel a lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Catherine? Catherine, we just have to do an
Hold
extension.
on, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, go ahead.
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. I supported this resolution. I wrote a letter to the editor. It was published. And Patrick, you did vote for this.
I know.
After, okay, well, because you said you didn't vote for it. Last time you did vote for it, it failed on a 2-2 tie. I support it again. I don't understand how you have a refuge and then you allow people to go in and shoot the animals that are supposed to be taking refuge in this area. It makes 0 sense to me. But the Fish and Wildlife, they're just an agency of the government. They've made a rule governing this particular area, but it's not a law. We have an ordinance in place, and I don't understand why we couldn't put an ordinance in place to not allow any hunting in this area. Again, Fish and Wildlife is just an agency. I don't know if the federal government made this law. I doubt it. They probably don't know we exist. But I support the resolution, and I think that maybe we should go a step further and try to prevent hunting in this area if we can, any way possible, legally. That would be for James, a little project for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone
We're
else?
going hunting on
Dr.
Sunday.
Alba?
I don't hunt for the record.
Please state your full name and address.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett. I live in the Riverfront Estates, and we have a lot of deer. About 90% of my trees in the back have been eaten by deer. I saw a deer the other day, hopped over the fence. But we have the Fish and Wildlife Authority, we have people policing. I guess my question is, even if we were to enact this, are we going to have patrol people going out there? Like, what is going to be the enforcement?
So it's a resolution not binding. This is a
Okay, it's not-
statement from the council
Okay,
that will get
statement
sent.
from the council, okay. So, I don't know if we should, I think we should first consult with the experts. So, I'm not, I don't really hear any, shooting. I've been to the walking through the Chaffee Preserves, and I never heard one gunshot. Maybe it's a different time of the day, morning. I'm empathetic towards the lady who was over here who wants peace and quiet in her neighborhood. But I just think more research should be done right now, more feedback. I heard that Wynn Hames, had a petition. Maybe that can be brought forth and reviewed. But I just feel that before something like this is enacted, we should consult with the Fish and Wildlife Preserve, DEM, and get their input. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wojciechowski.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. We got too many deer. The deer came out, and I actually got Lyme disease, I believe, from the excessive amount of deer. And I'm up close to Boston Neck Road, actually. So the deer is coming out of the woods and coming out there. So I can appreciate us getting rid of some deer. If there's some way we can get rid of some deer, please let's try and do that. So I have to support that we try to enable the people to get rid of the deer as best possible. And up to now, I hear shooting too, but it's from South Kingstown. I can hear it, And so I want to support. I don't support that we restrict the hunting going on. If anything, I need more hunting. Obviously, they're not getting rid of the deer. We need to do it, and I've actually been sick because of that. So I got the problem of Lyme disease because of the deer. And I'm sure it's that way because I saw them.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, looks like that's it. All right, any last thoughts from the council? Patrick?
All set.
Good. All right. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
All right, you're abstaining? Okay. Motion approved, 3-1 with one abstention. All right, lastly, we have a motion from the town clerk. It's a motion to appoint one individual to the planning board for a 5-year term ending on November 1st, 2025. Do we have a motion?
A motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so this is intentionally put on the agenda after the rule approval because we don't want to make new appointments under old rules. So the new rules are effective now. This person would be subject to the 2-term limit, which is what the people voted on.
Jesse, just before, I don't want to interrupt you, I think this motion's been amended for a 3-year term based on the discussion.
Well, I don't think that we have official, you're saying right now that zoning and planning are automatically now 3-year terms?
No.
No.
The position being filled is a 3-year term.
No, he's saying, no, that's not what he's saying.
Are you saying, what are you saying?
I think that this appointment should be a 3-year term
I thought
Why?
it has to be a 5-year term.
because,
They're already staggered.
right, but I
They're
think that,
staggered 5-year terms, I'm pretty sure.
but I think the planning board, as of the 2012 amendments, should be 3-year terms. So I think those should start.
We didn't put, so we just made an amendment, and we do not specify 3-year terms.
Right.
We say 2 consecutive terms.
The reason I say is because the text amendment in the ordinance, which has been proposed but not codified, does have a 3-year term as for the planning board. So even though, if you look up the municipal, one of the problems with the situation is that if you look up the planning board on the search, the municipal charter online,
Right.
it still comes up 5 years.
Correct.
That should have been amended like 9 years ago.
So do you think that, so this is what I think. When you look back at the minutes from those meetings, and you look back at that charter committee, reform committee, and you see the way that was worded, it's either not a great job, that's what it is. They missed multiple things in that entire conversation.
Exactly.
They don't talk about alternates, they don't talk about expired terms, what you do. If we're gonna say now that they are intentionally limiting planning and zoning to 3 years, I think we need to have a much longer conversation about that.
Yeah, we should.
So, Mike, come on up. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, I just think that that is not what was intended.
Yeah, I think that it definitely should be part of the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you recognizing me at this hour. With regard to planning and zoning, both of those boards need to have 5-year terms as specified under general law. One of them
Rhode Island general law?
Yes, and they're different, the framework is different for the two. I believe zoning enabling law dictates a 5-year term, with the alternates being 1-year terms. And that, you made that accommodation in your motion. But the planning board specifies that you cannot have more than, I believe it's 30% of the, it's either 25 or 30% of the members replaced in any one given year. And because we have a 5-member board, it dictates that we have 5-year terms. I might have that percentage wrong, but I think it's actually 20%. No more than 20% can be changed in any one year. So that dictates a 5-year term for the planning board. And in the resolution that Councilwoman Drzynski showed, it did have the qualifying term of unless specified under general
Right.
law.
Yep, got
So I
it.
believe you cannot change it to a 3-year term.
Right. That makes sense. James? They do have that exception in there.
Do you want to
Rhode
look
Island
into
general
that,
laws.
James?
I think it might be, different towns have different rules based on general laws. Some towns have 3 years, some towns have 6. I looked up what I thought was applicable to Narragansett today. I don't think it says an exact term, but I can certainly confer with Mike and check on that with Janet as well.
So can we go
Not
forward,
not to complicate things.
but can we go forward selecting the person and?
We can
resolve
amend it
this
to
afterwards?
we could just say
Term to be
appointment to the
determined.
planning board.
Term to be determined, yeah.
They all default to the same, right?
Right.
Whether it's 3 or 5.
Yeah, so you can put them up in.
So why don't we just go forward with this, because we could use the person in the planning board.
All right, well, we'll make an amendment. So, because it's in the motion. So,
So
I'll
we have
make
to
the
amend the
motion to
motion?
amend it to a motion to appoint one individual to the planning board.
That works.
All right, is there a second?
Susan second.
All right, any comments on the amendment?
Nope.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. And
Did
we'll
you get
deal
that,
with.
Janet? No.
So Janet, it's a motion to appoint one individual to the planning board.
He made that.
That's it.
It's an amendment, that's all.
That was his amendment.
Because whatever the limits are, if it becomes a 3-year term, and we decide that that's legally what it now is, then it'll be a 3-year term.
We need to,
Right, just an appointment.
we need to vote on time again, Jesse?
You don't have 5 minutes?
No, that's wrong.
Oh,
It's
make a
11:15,
motion to
it's
extend
11:16,
the
yeah.
meeting for 15 minutes.
Second. Jesse Rick's
Well, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on.
We could do this while they're talking. Extension.
All right, sure. Do we have a motion to extend?
I made the motion, she seconds.
All right, is there a second?
Yeah.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
James and Janet, what do you guys think? To extend
No, for the amendment.
the amendment,
Yeah, it was
5-0,
5-0.
right?
He put it up, I second.
The motion, the amendment to the motion, to the main motion. It's just to appoint an
Yeah, it was
individual.
5-0.
5-0.
Okay?
Okay?
Jesse
Okay.
made the motion.
All right, so we are open. The motion's open and approved. Do we have a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Mark Brady.
Second.
Okay, so
We heard.
I just want to remind, so the public understands, we did interviews, I don't know, a month or so back, interviewed 3 people publicly, and that's it. So, but we did do public interviews. All right, who made the motion?
I did.
Do you have any reasoning? I know that's in our, well,
I
we
do.
say in our rules
Yes,
that we
I
give.
do.
Okay.
Mark Brady, I thought he interviewed very, very well. He has a lot of experience. He's a teacher. He's been a teacher in engineering and architecture. He has a bachelor's degree in economics and one in urban affairs. And he earned a master's degree in community planning and urban affairs. Both, I think, would be very useful in this situation. I thought he did a good job of presenting himself, and I think he would be an asset to the planning board.
I second that nomination.
Yep, yeah, I thought he was great as well. I thought Tom Callahan was great,
I did
and
too.
Roberta Brady as
I did
well. It
too.
was, we kind of whittled down the list to bring in who we thought would be best, so they were all really impressive.
Right.
It was great to do them in the public. I loved it.
Eva or Patrick, any comments?
I'm all set. Ditto, whatever she said.
Okay, any comments from the public? This would be on the nomination specifically. Ms. Celeberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I just want to make sure that when you appoint this person, you make sure that it's for a term that does not exceed 5 years, because you just amended your motion to appoint somebody, but you didn't put a term limit on it. So there has to be a term limit here. In other words, you're appointing him, say, for a term not to exceed 5 years, while this is being resolved, how many years he can actually do it, because your motion did not have a number on it.
Well, but we have term limits, right? So it's kind of a given, isn't it?
Well, the motion you made didn't have a number on it, so this is why, you just made a motion to appoint somebody, and that's what you did. And you didn't say for a term not to exceed 5 years or 3 years or 2 years or whatever. You didn't have a number. So now when you appoint this person, I think it's important just to mention a number.
Okay, thank you.
Just my opinion.
Okay, anyone else? All right. So the motion is for Mark Brady. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Do we have a
Make a
motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Mark Brady.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Smoke 'em if you got.